Well, howdy, everybody. How are ya? Happy Monday. Happy Monday evening. It's a Dad Dash Monday evening. It's a Dad Dash. What kind of a Dad Dash Monday evening is it? It's a special Dad Dash Monday evening. Is the kind of Monday evening that it is. It's the special coming. It's the Dad Dashes I did get not get whacked off asking for slots, family gathering, and fun time. Family gathering and fun time. Uh, just kind of getting rolling here. We got Wild Alaska here. We got Stephen Arrow. We got DMF, my dashing magnificent friend Matthew Dondo's taking care of our cows in Texas. Jaded drivers, fairly jaded today. We got Kevin from Gig Drive and Thrive. We got ourselves we got ourselves just a cast of wonderful, wonderful characters. We got ourselves a hot day in the Glitchgate summer of love. A hot day in the Glitch Dash summer of love. So we need to, of course, get our neighborly feelings going. What would it be if we didn't? I would be remiss as a father. I would be remiss as your dad dash. And as you know, I am your dad dash today, and I will always, always remain your dad dash. Hi, neighbor. Hi, Mary Poppins. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood. A neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Oh, hi everybody. Thanks for stopping by. It's wonderful to have you in the Dad Dash neighborhood. In the we're our neighborhood is the finest neighborhood in the entire sewer. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is loved. Everyone is valued. We love our ladies. We love our Mary Poppins. We love our Disney characters. We love our fellow drivers. We love everybody. We love everybody. We love Torp. We love Mr. Flexi Pants. Uh, Kevin, Kevin, I got to make you cry because there are some things that are real, and our neighborhood is real. Our neighborhood is real. We got a real community here. We got a real community. Cow tipping. Now, look, I grew up in Salem, Oregon, Matthew Arredondo, and I will tell you that there are more than a few cows that were tipped in Salem, Oregon. I was not one of the cow tippers. That was not one of my finer. That was not one of my exploits in high school. I had quite a few high school exploits, but cow tipping was not one of them. It was not my style. I felt sorry for the cows, quite frankly. So I didn't want to be around cow tipping. Well, we love Pedro. We love Pedro's humanity. We hope for Pedro. We hope for Pedro to turn over a new leaf someday. We hope for Pedro to grow and learn. We hope for Flexi Pants to grow and learn. We hope for all fun kind of nefarious characters to grow and learn. It's an interesting proposition. Interesting proposition. What does Mary Poppins have to say here? Mary Poppins has to say, um, oh, those are like hugs. Those are like 49.99 hugs. It looks like people hugging each other for 49.99. After the head comes off, of course. Ooh, ow, ooh, ah. Well, those look. Beef is what's for dinner. Beef is what's for dinner in Brownsville, Texas. Pedro, I don't know how Pedro feels about cows. I do not know how Pedro. If Pedro, we did have an excellent interview with Pedro that could give some insight into how Pedro feels about cows. Um, it's really a good question. It's a good, if you will, a good thought experiment. Uh, let's look at a couple things here. Let me share a little. Let's share. Let's bring everybody up to speed. Been so much news. There's been so much news, and even though we would like to spend our entire days watching Robert Reese with the gig economy news, uh, a lot of us can't. A lot of us can't, and so we got to catch up where we can. Uh, and so Drone Days, for example, I mean, Drone Days is caught up on the fact that Pedro is the king of DoorDash. That is true. That is true. Pedro transitioned from Pedro DoorDash depends Poopy Pan Santiago to Pedro DoorDash depends Poopy Pan Santiago. Uh, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King Santiago. So it's been a whole rebranding, a whole repositioning of the Pedro brand. Thank you for asking Drone Days. You being in the Pacific Northwest, it's obvious that you are one of our more educated members of the community. Drone Days, you've chosen obviously the correct coastal region to live upon, and you did well with that decision. We respect your decision. Pedro bought shitless. Well, we don't know. We don't know. We do know that he loves being the Lion King, and that's probably not going to change anytime soon. Now, what else we got here? I wonder if Pedro is going to be dashing during Halloween. Well, I would hope so. I would hope so. You know, Pedro does not love dashing like he used to. When he married DoorDash, when they formed that corporate couple, that first corporate couple, when he married DoorDash, and they had that beautiful love between a man and a corporation, where they joined in a union and consummated their marriage after a blissful ceremony. uh, there was so much that Pedro felt like he wanted to give to DoorDash, and there was so much that DoorDash felt like they wanted to give to Pedro. Uh, Look, Depends may have broken up the whole thing. Depends coming into this, making it a corporate thruple. It made Pedro a lot more money, but it made his life a lot more complex. Sometimes having two corporations, being the sugar Pedro to two global corporations, is a lot of work. You can get worn out. If anyone ever saw that Summer Lovers, like everybody needs a little time away, I heard her say, from each other. Even corporations need a holiday, far away from their Pedro. Hold me now. It's hard for me to say I'm sorry, do 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 do, but I want you to say, hold me now. Pedro really wants to tell you he's sorry. I should never have let you go. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. And after all that's been said and done, you're just a part of me I can't let go. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. Oh, sorry. Oh, wow. I forgot you were there. I forgot you were there. I lost myself in the moment. I lost myself in the pleasure of the moment. There were unicorns banging in my head. There was Pedros and DoorDashes and Depends and unicorns floating around. It was wild up there. It was wild. It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. That's right. This is no drama Monday. This is no drama Monday, Rick. No, actually, you know what? I didn't even realize it. I probably misnamed the whole show, DoorDash Rick, because this is motivational Monday. Obviously, this is motivational Monday, and I hope that the motivation for the future hope for corporate thruples is motivating to you. I lost myself in the song. When I watch it back, I hope it's as good as it felt on the inside. To me, I'm sure that it was. I'm almost positive that it could have been. So, going back again to the love that we share with Pedro, we're gonna want to catch yourselves up because there's been a lot of developments here in the global gig economy, in the global gig economy grift, in the global gig economy game, the global game world, and gig two, glitch gate, glitch dash gig two. So we're gonna watch here. We're gonna watch Pedro. If many of you don't know, Pedro and I had a live conversation last night. It was amazing. It was wonderful. A lot of you may have missed it. If you missed it the first time, you may have missed it the second time. This is your third chance not to miss it. So we're going to enjoy that. But first, we got to catch up. We got to catch up with the big game. This is the big game. This is the long game. This is Pedro. Podcast. We're going to be joined by Pedro DoorDash Santiago of St. Louis. Apologies, Pedro Santiago. Also today known as the King. Welcome, Pedro. It's a pleasure to have you on, sir. I think this may have been his first appearance as the King. And it's clear that he does have clothes. The King is wearing clothes. The King is wearing clothes. We have a confirmation that the King at least was wearing clothes. Let's watch. How are you this morning?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I know you were, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that was you in the chat earlier. So you've heard us talking. Why don't you tell the people why you're here and what you'd like to talk about?
Jeff, I'd like to publicly invite you to my channel so we can have a debate. You can ask any questions you want, and we can actually get an audience to watch it. When would you like to come on?
Well, I want to talk right here and right now, and then if we can do that, I'd be happy to come on your channel too.
Nah, I'd rather do it on mine. I'd like to.
Yeah, that's not going to happen though, friends. See, we're right here, right now. So if we're going to talk equally, and then we can go over to your channel and we can talk equally too.
Right. The issue is I'm working today, so I'd like to give you full attention and do it on a Sunday show. People give them something to look forward to. And sit down in a chair versus doing it in a car. So the only reason I clicked the link is because I wanted to come on and publicly.
Yeah, I'm not coming on. Pedro, I already told you I'm not coming on your show. We can go on a neutral channel. If you want to go on, let's say, what channel could we go on? We could go on, I don't know. We could go on Robert Reese's channel if you want. We could go on somebody else's channel.
So I would like to go on a channel where people actually can watch and hear the message you have and I have.
Well, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. Of course we can, Pedro. The problem with your channel is you use the mute button on people, sir. And I would not do that to you, and you will do that to me if I come on your show. I know you will.
I only use the mute button when people are being loud and disrespectful. I imagine you could come on and have a civilized conversation. So
well, sir, your idea of loud and disrespectful may be different than my idea of loud and disrespectful. So right. Well, I respectfully say no mute buttons may apply.
This is the olive branch. I came on your show.
No, sir. No, sir. Before we discuss terms. If you want to discuss terms, if you want to bag out of discussing terms,
listen,
of course there's terms. I'm not going to come on to your show where you have the mute button, Pedro. Come on now. You're smarter than that.
So it's two men having a conversation, and I'm ready to
with or without a mute button, Pedro.
No mute button. Now, if you come on and you're like,
So
No,
you
no,
so
okay.
so if I come on the show with you, it's you and me only, and you will never touch a mute button, and you will never edit or touch anything. It's you and me talking. We will not talk over each other. We will take turns, but there will be no mute buttons, and you will not control or manipulate the video in any way. Is that what you're saying?
I will not use the mute button. I will not edit. But I will say this: I can end the live stream at any time if you're cussing and being crazy, because I don't really do that on my lives on Sunday, right? So if you're
Yes,
using a
yeah.
lot of
Pedro,
profanity
Pedro,
or jokes,
I'm not interested in the cussing and saying anything that might violate YouTube
okay,
terms of
yeah.
service.
So the only way I would mute is if you're violating the terms,
No, no, but that's
cussing,
not because
racial
I wouldn't
slurs.
be
Yeah,
on your show if you were doing that.
yeah.
That's agreed upon conditions.
So
Now,
let's do it.
let's let's
I don't.
let's
I wouldn't
restate this because
listen, Jeff.
what it seems
Listen,
like you're
Jeff.
inviting me to
Jeff.
do. Well, I
Jeff.
just want to restate it, Pedro, so we know what
Listen.
we're talking about.
It's real simple. I'm going to drop this off. You could come on the show. I won't use the mute button. I will end the live stream if you're starting to be crazy, right? So I've
No,
seen you do that a
no, no,
couple
no, no,
times.
no, no, no,
Hold on a
no, no,
second.
no, no,
Hold
Pedro,
on a
you're
second.
bullshitting people with your cult psychology. Fuck you. Listen to this.
Here we go.
I will mute you if you start being crazy. Don't fucking drop little fucking cult bullshit like I'm going to be. If you come on my show and you start being crazy, no, you came on my show and started pointing your finger at people, you big fucking idiot. See, this is why I don't trust you, Pedro, because you're dropping your little cult psychology bullshit, and I ain't stupid enough to fall for it. For fuck's sake, Pedro, you just were dishonest on my show. You're dishonest on my show. I told you I wouldn't do anything that was against the YouTube terms of service, and your reply was, "When was the last time you beat your girlfriend?" That was your reply. Well, but as long as you know that if you get crazy, if you start doing X, Y, and Z, I'm going to meet you. Fuck you, Pedro. You don't get to put conditions calling somebody out and asking them when was the last time they beat their wife. That's well, that was fun, wasn't it? Wasn't that fun? Did you enjoy that? That was good. It was good. It was a good. It was a good start. It was really a good start. Now you don't know. Again, you probably missed the fact that Pedro and his Jesus hair was on live with me last night, and so we're going to go ahead and watch that. I know you're excited. I know Pedro was excited to be on with me, and it went really, really well. I don't think many of you will believe how well it actually went. So yeah, we're going to watch it in the Matrix. We're going to watch it in the matrices of the Matrix. There's going to be a Matrix watch party because it's much more fun to watch the interview through the eyes of Glitch Dash Thomas Schubeck, that bastard. And so what we're going to do is uh, we're going to watch that bastard Thomas Glitch Dash Schubeck watching me and Pedro, and then you can watch me watching that bastard Glitch Dash Thomas Schubeck watching me and Pedro. It'll be fun. Well, trust me, it probably sounds more complex than it's going to feel like when you're in it. Just roll with it. Roll with it, baby. Roll with it, baby. I already sang you a love song, so just be easy on me, especially ladies. You. I can take a lot from the men, but ladies will be able to make me cry if they want to. Uh, Never did we find out when you beat. Yeah, well, you just never know when I'm going to go on and start acting crazy. Drone days, you just never know when I'm going to go on asking crazy. Pedro's feeling the poverty pinch. That is true. Well, we get into that a little bit. We get into that with his new business, Stephen Arrow. That was part of our interview. Charlie Manson hair? It could be. It could be. You know how they song like Betty Davis size? We could have like Charlie Manson hair. He's got a dark beard with a little salt and pepper in it. He's got Pedro Jesus hair. Something like that. Something like that. I don't know. I got to probably work on the tune a little bit. Pedro's feeling poverty pinch. We already knew that. Yeah, we're banging unicorns and rainbows. Are you ready? Let's watch this through the eyes of Glitch Dash Shaman Feedback. I will tell you, when I watch this through the eyes of Glitch Dash Shaman Feedback, it's always weird watching yourself back in a video to see what it was like, because you're in the moment when you're doing it. You know, you're watching, you're listening, you're watching, you're listening. Watching it through the eyes of Glitch Dash Thomas Schubeck was a special experience. So I want to thank that young man, thank that 35-year-old young man for all his work. Thank you, Thomas Glitch Dash Schubeck. All right, here we go.
Show. Hey, here's what we'll do. Now listen, I got an idea. Since Pedro don't want to talk to us
per offer or whatever, this person did 2 runs.
Okay.
DoorDash paid them $2.
So this is all good. Now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna live in a pretend world. This will be fun, and I'm gonna enjoy it. You're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna have a good time. So since Pedro won't come on my show and he won't let me on his show so that we can be on our show together, he's pretending he don't see all his chats and stuff. He's pretending none of him sees this. But so we're going to have it. I'll do my Pedro impression, and then so I'll have a conversation between me and Pedro. Okay? So because I got questions for Pedro. Okay. Here we go. DoorDash really sucks ass. Wait, I gotta figure this out. I gotta figure out how to do this elegantly. Hold on. I got a way to do it. I gotta do the way to do it. Okay.
What other way is there to do it?
Okay, here we go. Well, you see, DoorDash really just sucks. Terrible. It's awful.
I go to the bathroom. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah.
Right now, it's slavery. It's app slavery. And I discovered inflation. Gas prices went up. The base pays dog shit. Well, Pedro, that's quite a revelation, Pedro. I mean, you've never mentioned inflation before. You've never really harped on gas prices or expenses, Pedro. It sounds like you've had a major evolution in your thinking today, Pedro. I mean, it sounds like you maybe educated yourself. Is this part of Mr. Double Down, the Lion King? Is this an evolution from Mr. Bet on You that's now in the back seat with Pedro? So I think Pedro, DoorDash, and Mr. Bet on You are in the back seat, but Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, is this part of that evolution? Well, yeah, Jeff, it's part of the evolution. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I had to go to the gas station when I was demonetized. And I said to myself when I was demonetized, you know, money ain't as free as it used to be. It seems like this gas has gotten more expensive than last time I actually had to do gig work. Well, that's a good point, Pedro. I mean, it seems like you really hated DoorDash, man. It seemed like when you actually had to do DoorDash because you got demonetized, it seems like you fucking hated it. It seems like you hated everything about it. Well, yeah, I really did, Jeff. I hated it. I discovered that doing real gig work rather than just telling people about gig work and glitching up was a bitch. And then I had to spend more time with Nugs. And Nugs is a fucking pain in the ass, man. That guy's so aggravating. I can't even stand it. It's fucking awful. And so I'm spending my time with Nugs. I'm talking about glitching. He's talking about glitching. That glitch-ass bastard's making fun of us all the time.
We're glitching.
Oh, so let me show you some stuff. Hold on, Pedro. Sure. Yeah, no problem, Pedro. Okay, so, all right, Pedro. Well, that makes sense. So you basically were sick of Nugs, right? You were sick of Nugs, and you decided, and you were bored of DoorDash.
Oh, Jiminy Jillikers, folks.
And you decided, and you were bored.
I just had me a muscle spasm again. Back that up here.
That I hit with the deliveries, 1,500.
Damn, I lost my place. I hate when it does that. Why wouldn't it go back to the spot we were at? It's so stupid. It's fucking so annoying.
$1 is what DoorDash is valuing you at. Instacart values you at $4 and change. Uber.
Well, you should be Pedro Instacart then. Pedro couldn't maintain an island in a creek. Well, that is possible.
Back over here.
Brad, no, of an isolated environment to gather your people. You look like you're thinking real hard there, Pedro. So, I mean, have you considered getting your own compound, getting your own island? Well, yeah, Jeff, I have. I think about it a lot. I've got business models that I've modeled after the earn per offer mode updates. You know, I've been such a big fan of DoorDash for such a very long time. I look at the business proposition, I think, what? I should be able to do this too. If DoorDash can figure out how to enslave people by the millions in 27 countries, I can surely figure out how to get people to an island in the Caribbean for my own personal sex cult and Pedro worshiping enterprise. No, I mean, I'll buy that, Pedro. I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable, and I do see. I mean, Brad Nelson made the point in the chat, Pedro, because you've got a lot of fans over here on this side of the aisle, if you will. Brad Nelson. Oh, no, it wasn't Brad Nelson. Jaded Driver snuck in there, pushing the Brad Nelson out of the way. Excuse me, Brad Nelson. Pedro and I both feel bad about ignoring you. Pedro reinventing himself daily now. Well, it's very important, and we'll talk about. That's a good point, Pedro. We're going to ask you about that, Pedro. We want to ask about reinventing yourself. JTB, you make this side of Pedro where you're scaring us. Yes, well. You know, look, we got to let Pedro say his piece. We ain't here to clamp down on free speech, and we want the truth. We can ask him that. We can ask him. That would be more probably a question. Bigfoot Dasher can smell people through the internet. You might want to check with Bigfoot Dasher. Ask Bigfoot Dasher what Pedro smells like. I think if we ask Pedro, he may not tell us the truth. Yeah, Pedro couldn't maintain an island in a creek. Well, that is possible. We'll ask him about that. All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh, damn. Nightmare.
All right, well, Pedro. So, how do you answer the people about reinventing yourself, your ability to manage your qualifications for being a coach and a cult leader? What do you say, Pedro? Well, Jeff, you see, I've been ready for this. I was born for it. When I thought to myself, what kind of Jesus hair should I put on myself? I thought it should be dark. It should be full. It should look a little bit greasy, but not too greasy. And then I put on like a t-shirt that says Savage State of the Mind. It makes me look dark and mysterious. I got myself tattoos. I got myself wrist anklets. And see that for me, you see that savage state of mind, you start thinking, I want to hug that guy. I really want to hug that guy. And then I look in the background and it says like on air, you got Michael Jordan there, the greatest of all times, the GOAT. It says bet on you, set goals one day at a time. And I said to myself, look, Pedro, it's time to buck up. You're a 42-year-old man now. You're 41 or almost 42. You're a 41 or 42-year-old man now. You got an adult kid, you got a little kid, you got another kid, or some kind of number of kids. I said to myself, right now, I need to set myself up for the future, and I need to do something bigger than hang out with you all dumb motherfuckers. Because I don't like you. I've never liked you, right. And I don't respect you.
Exactly.
Well, that's an interesting strategy, Pedro. That is an interesting strategy. When you show so much dislike and disrespect for an audience, it's hard to believe that they would follow you to a desert island or to even a tropical island, Pedro. what kind of leadership are you going to show these people outside the environment, and what kind of hugs do you get for $49.99? And then a follow-up question from the jaded driver: the $69.99 package where you get to touch the Pedro hair during the Jesus hair during the hug, does the $69.99 include the photo, or is the photo extra? Does the 60? That's from the jaded driver. Thank you, jaded driver. What's the business model, Pedro, for the cult? Well, okay. So the jaded driver is just a dick. First of all, this fucker comes in my chat. He's always saying dickish stuff. He acts like two dick bags, then he acts like another two dick bags and another two dick bags. The jaded driver is such a fucking asshole that when I think of him, he makes me pucker up so hard that I can't shit for like 2 more days. Wow. Jaded driver, he really fucking hates you, man. He really hates you. Pedro really hates you.
So
wow. Pedro, that was savage, man. The jaded driver's not that bad of a guy. He's a little jaded.
I know.
He's a little jaded.
He is, but he's good people.
That motherfucker wants hugs more than he knows. He wants hugs so bad from me. Every time he thinks about me, he thinks, how could I get another hug from Pedro? How could I get a hug from Pedro? How could I get a freebie with the $69.99 Jesus hair package? How could I get another freebie?
He wants to touch the hair.
More? Well, see, that's part of the Pedro wonder is I don't have to tell you that till you get to the island. That's after island. That's as needed information. All right, Pedro. I mean, that makes sense, Pedro. You are often cloaked in mystery. You are nothing if it's not an enigma, cloaked in a riddle, cloaked in a mystery, Pedro. Glitch Pants, DoorDash, Poopy Pants, Depends, Santiago, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago. It's a lot. It's a lot. So let me ask you about the branding. How's the king thing going? Are you going to keep the king? Are you going to keep the Lion King? Is the king going to be a key part of the cult? Or are you going to leave the king thing behind and just be known as Daddy or Papa Pedro or something like that? Where are you going to go with the branding in the future? And will you keep DoorDash in your name when you take the cult to a desert island? Will you keep DoorDash in the name if DoorDash goes out of business? That's a lot of hard questions, Pedro. Okay, so here's the plan. See, I need to look up at the camera. I know I'm looking down, but I need to look up at the camera. It's disturbing. Here we go. Now that I'm looking at the camera, I've got some particulars for you. First of all, let me rub my hands. When I think about the desert island, I think about business models, how to earn more per offer on every hug. But that's more internal. That's more the internal politics of the situation. Now, here, let me show you something. It's really more about the hair. If you want to touch the hair, $69.99, you'll touch the hair, but will it really be satisfying without a picture? Look, if you go back and you can't show somebody a picture that you touched the Jesus hair, are they going to believe you? Because remember, this is the gig economy. There's so much illusion. There's so much game plan. You want to know, did you actually touch the Pedro Jesus hair? You got to have a picture. You got to have a picture. You got to have proof. And now, I'm thinking, this is a time for me to double down again on the cult and to move on with my greater branding, which is going to be the Lion King, and you need to follow and get on board. That's really all I have to say tonight. Well, thank you, Pedro. Pedro, you've been dodging me. I felt like, I've been in your chat wanting to go on. You came onto my show and you just said weird things and then you disappeared. When you had people on your show, you muted them and kicked them off and stuff. So it's been great. I mean, really, Pedro, this has been the best chance we've ever had to talk. So I appreciate it. And I'd like to give you, in the fine style of Robert Reese. I'd like to give you the floor to say the final word, Pedro. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Jeff. Really, I hate you. I think you're an awful person. You're lying to people. You haven't written a book. You were 20 years you've been working on this book. There is no book. You're not a writer. I told people that. You're still out here yapping at people. I can't read. I don't know how to read. I've never seen a book. As far as I know, there are no books. There are no books anywhere. Thank you, Pedro. Well, I think that was Pedro's final word. If I may restate on behalf of the Pedro, there are no books. Books do not exist. Books do not exist. So anyway, well, that was great. I mean, was it everyone? I'm going to leave it to you. Was that everything that you hoped?
Well, I do hope that was everything that you hoped it would be. That was a lot of fun. My favorite part, by the way, is man, Pedro hates the jaded driver. He went after the jaded driver so hard. I almost felt bad for him. Well, now that was the Matrix rewatching, Damian Blaze. Watching it again would not even be interesting. That was the Matrix replay. That was you watching me, watching Thomas, watching me and Pedro, which is far more interesting than just me repeating something. That would be kind of boring. That wouldn't bring anything new to the table, so to speak. You got people guessing like Torp. That's the important thing. Now, speaking of keeping people guessing, we got some surprises. We got some wonderful, wonderful, wonderful guests. It's a big, wide, wonderful world of guests, and we're going to bring them on right now. I hope you're as excited as I am. Undead from the middle of the night, cruising around in the darkness, skulking around corners, flipping flames, dirty dealing from the bottom of the deck. Where is it? What is it? Do you want to know? Do you want to know? It's like well, I'll tell you what it's like. I will tell you exactly what it's like. It's like one of them Goosebumps. Make your own story mystery theater things. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's so good. It's so good. It's just so good. It's so good. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. I'm telling you. I'm excited. I watched this today. I got one of them little birdie messages last night. And them birdies come in. I wake up in the morning, the early bird gets the worm. So I get up, I get all my worms together. I get out there. The early birds are there. We're just getting the worms. Watch this. You got to watch this. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. So we got 3 special guests. We got Nostradino, who is apparently a werewolf, which I think is wonderful. I think werewolves are wonderful. We got Mr. Flexi Pants. Of course, we know Mr. Flexi Pants, much love. And then we got Jared D. Now, what an interesting character. Whose side is he on? Whose side is he on? He's been in my chat. Is he a good guy or is he a bad guy? We don't know. We don't know. But that's why we're here. This is Dad Dash Mystery Theater. This is Dad Dash, whoa, this is good stuff. I'm telling you. You don't even know how excited you should and could be, other than the fact that you're here now. Remember, this is Dad Dash's I Did Not Get Whacked Off Asking for Slots family gathering neighborhood rodeo. This is Dad Dash's I Did Not Get Whacked Off Asking for Slots family gathering neighborhood rodeo. That's what we're doing here. And so let's get started with Mr. Flexi Pants. Thank you to Mr. Flexi Pants for everything you've done to bring joy to our community.
And that I'm trying to have him killed.
Oh, well, that was weird.
Oh, he's accusing Dad Dash that he's saying that he's trying to.
That Dad Dash is trying to get him killed.
But did he say anything like that anywhere?
Yesterday.
I don't know about yesterday, but I've heard them say those types of things.
Okay, Okay, so this is funny. This is really, really, really funny. So one of the things about artificial intelligence is that we're playing in a computer world of millions and millions of predictions per second. It knows us better than we know ourselves because it's doing that, and it knows us in this game better than we know itself. And so we make up these narratives, though, right? We make up these real world narratives that we understand because we just can't understand this computing system that's called artificial intelligence. It's really artificial insanity. It's just a computer program that's just bullshit made to scam and exploit you. But the problem is people put narratives all around it. Narratives, narratives. Now, so what we got with these three gentlemen here, whoever they are, I don't know any of them personally. Clearly, I mean, obviously none of them know me, but these boys have narratives, man. They got narratives, big old, huge narratives. It's wild, man. It's just fucking wild. Okay, now first I want to show you something real quick. So these people, one of the challenges that they have is they're generally illiterate. Okay, so we could share this, and so we know last weekend, we know the reason that today I am not whacked off is that this did not happen, right? Somebody said, I wrote with the dash and Q, I was in there. I said, I hate speech. And this cloak person said, Jeff, I have your home address. Sleep with one eye open tonight. I did. We got through that. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I didn't really sleep with one eye open. I had my one eyed wonder. I had my pet weasel keep an eye over me. Everything turned out fine. I told a few stories about this, embellished a little bit the excitement of this event. And well, these boys ain't very smart. So we're going to hear these boys reacting to uh, the narrative that's in their head, and it's amazing. It's amazing. Listen to this. Oop.
Could not say exactly when anybody said these things, but they all say them.
See, that's not what I, that's
Okay, so nobody ever said these things, but people say things like these things is apparently about the depth of fact finding that we got here. Because pretty much from this point in the conversation on, everything they say is like some kind of Disneyland, fantasy land, something that is so wildly wild that you're all going to just get a huge kick out of it. It's terribly funny. It's also terribly weird and terribly illuminating about who these individuals are and who they say they are. Who do they say they are?
that's why I don't mingle with those JTBs and Gingermans and what's the other one there? Eli's. That's why I don't try to mingle. Try to pay attention to them.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
he was just going on. I mean, some wild garbage. Like he was saying, I guess people in there were getting tired of him always because some of them came up garbage.
Those.
Look what the cat dragged in.
These things, but they all say them.
See, that's not what I. That's why I don't mingle with those.
Oh! Look what the cat dragged in. Look what the cat dragged in. That's pretty funny. Look at this little. Look at him down here. Now, I want you to see something, though. What does that say? It says spreadsheet dasher. He has Steve asking for 13 sluts has officially relinquished Dad Dash to me in permanency. And I thank him for that. That's maybe one of the nicest things that Steve asking for 13 sluts has ever done for me. And I think we could recognize him right there because he's going to start hiding his face soon. Now, we can assume that this is Steve and that he's there, even though it's just a picture and he never moves and then hides his face. We could assume that, obviously.
Those JTBs
okay.
And
we assume he's there, though.
Gingermans and what's the other one there? Eli's. That's why I don't try to mingle. Try to pay attention to them.
Thank you, sir.
He was just going on. I mean, some wild garbage. Like he was saying, I guess people in there were getting tired of him always because some of them came on and said, "Hey, I'm here to listen to you talk about the gig stuff. Why do you have to talk about this guy Dad Dash?" And he's like, "Because Dad Dash, I have all this information on Dad Dash and and he's done things to me and my family, and he's trying to essentially have me killed. And he went into this whole diatribe about how he sat up all night long waiting to see if someone was going to. And I'm like,
now, see, these boys is so stupid, right? They don't know that the only thing we was talking about is that message that I just showed you that somebody wrote on the internet, right? That they knew where I lived and I was gonna sleep with my one-eyed wonder weasel watching over me. Now these boys are not attached to reality and facts, so they're gonna start thinking. Apparently, Dad Dash, Dad Dash Industries, Steve asking for 13 slots thinks, or these gentlemen think that I think that Steve asking for 13 sluts is going to come kill me or something. I don't know. But this just gets wild. I'm telling you, it's going to get out of control. It's going to get out of control. These boys is taking hallucinogens at night.
Like, dude, what are you talking about? And then he claims he's got, he claims he has all this information that he's going to be filing a lawsuit allegedly, and then even trying to get the authorities involved. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you clearly are just like losing it. And he was pretty much saying, like, I don't know where Dad Dash is at. He's not in my chat. He doesn't come in my comments anymore, and he doesn't come around. And I'm like, dude, like, what are you talking about? But it was like he was very much trying to.
He's losing it.
Yeah,
he's definitely losing it.
And he was trying to bait. It sounded like he was truly trying to bait people that, like, hey, this guy's bad news. You know, this guy's trying.
Look, we talked about the fact that all of us in the global gig economy, gig app, corporate, artificial intelligence grift, every single one of us has been baited so many times over and over throughout our lives that we are every single one of us a masturbator. And so, you know, here's asking for sluts playing stupid when this guy's probably as big of a masturbator as anybody out there.
Trying to hurt me, and he's trying to bait people to take action on that. And I was just like, dude, like, what are you doing right now? Like, you're out here telling people this garbage. I mean, I don't know you. Wait
a minute. Will you put a 2 in the chat if I have told you this garbage? Who have I told this garbage to? What this? So if I have told you this garbage, please put a 2 in the chat. Thank you. Pedro Home Skillet. Why do they think you were talking about them? Arizona Prod, God knows, man. They're like Torp, man. They're like Torp getting Torp. They just like get like one little fact about one story and then they decide it's about them. I don't fucking know, but it's so funny, man. I was out there crying. Outside. It was so funny. Oh my God. AZ Prod, my mind was blown too. Oh, it gets so much worse. I should stop interrupting, but it just gets so much worse.
This is insane. Like you're crazy, and he's just losing it. Like, he really is. I think but he said he was never going to ever stop. And then people were like, dude, it's harassment. You can't use, like, now even using his name, he's like, no, it's not. It's satire. And I'm like, and they were like, well, I think you're crossing the line from satire to harassment because of what you're doing up here. And he's like, no, it's not. It's satire. And we don't have to, you know, there's a difference between satire and harassment. And I'm like, well, Jeff, I think you're starting to lose some of your audience here. Because I think people are starting to see that, you know, this is some weird obsession that you have that's just going well beyond anything people would have expected.
Yeah, they're just trying to like promote his teaser of a book, and it's.
Well, supposedly he's going on a comedy tour as Dad Dash to go promote his book.
No, it's comedy tour.
And he's going to be coming around to visit his fans, his 12 fans that he's got. But I was just like, dude, what are you like? I mean, he's totally just unhinged in terms of.
I hope Eli will be the first one so you could coach him on life.
And then he was, of course, spending time. He was upset with Torp. And as he calls it, he did the switcheroos. He doesn't understand why. And I'm like, dude, the reason why is because, you know, you are just nuts. Like you're crazy. Like the stuff you say, people eventually over time are all gonna go. Anybody that's like, I don't really understand why anybody who wants to learn about the gig economy would even go watch his stuff anymore, because he isn't driving. He doesn't know anything. And all he wants to talk about is me or Torp.
Or Pedro.
What's that?
Or Pedro.
Or Pedro, yeah. Well, yeah, Pedro's
the number one. Then it's you.
Yep.
Now it's Torp.
When he was even saying, I guess he was having a conversation. He said, and that's when he said he was telling his son. He said, "I'm never dropping Dad Dash. Like this is so much. This is mine now." And I'm like, dude, oh my god.
He was talking to his kid.
Yeah, that's what he said. He mentioned that he said he was having a conversation the other day with his son, that he had spent the day with him or something, and I guess his son was asking like what this Dad Dash stuff was about, and he was like, "Oh, I'm never giving it up. This is too much fun. Like, it's a character I play, and I'm never giving it up. I play Jeff Thomas Black, you know, a majority of the time, but I like to come on and play Dad Dash because I own Dad Dash. Blah 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 blah." I'm like, man, you sound nuts. You sound absolutely great. But
that is pretty weird.
Well, it's all weird because it's like, does he really believe there's actually geek tubers out here that want him dead? Like, what are you talking about?
No.
We're freaking delivering McNuggets,
well,
man.
It's his. It needs to be.
Okay, some people are delusional. They might believe that for real.
No. He needs to be reminded. It's his previous mistakes that he made in the past. From when he was dealing with his, what do you call it? Antifa stuff?
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
So it has nothing to do with W2 drivers. What's up?
Well, just a helpful note to any of you that have not actually been to or lived in Portland, Oregon. Nobody's really in Antifa. There's like one person I know that is in Antifa, and that's the guy that calls himself the leader of Antifa and goes around doing TV interviews saying he's Antifa. That's the only person I ever knew that said he was an Antifa. So anyway, Flexi Pants and the Q crowd, apparently these boys also delve deeply into internet conspiracies. I heard that maybe I was at the Capitol on January 6th or something, with the 7D chess playing the undercover right-wing Antifa CIA agent or something like that. Anyway, Flexi Pants got himself a real big imagination, and Flexi Pants thinks that everybody in Portland is Antifa. Let me also, Flexi Pants, somebody tell Flexi Pants that 55-year-old men are not the target for Antifa, that Antifa tends to be more younger, kind of 20-something scrappers out there in the streets and stuff. They don't usually get old men with gray beards in the Antifa. That's just not. We're not their demographic, Flexi Pants, but you're close to it. You're smelling the scent of a trail. You are smelling the scent of a trail, son. You're smelling the scent of a trail, without a doubt.
What's up, Tommy?
I was going to say, none of us can.
Tell him, Tommy. Tell him, Tommy.
What's up, Tommy?
Dude, I had to come up. I was going to get me a beer when you said that he was going on a fucking comedy tour as Dad Dash. Yeah. How about lost my shit?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's just like, really? And then of course, he was, I guess it must just be him and Glitch Dash left over there because he was
the glitcher,
Just me and Glitch Dash all alone. Just little old me and Glitch Dash all alone. There's just nobody left. Wait till you hear. Apparently, me and Glitch Dash had a breaking a ways with the Brian. We had a breaking of ways with the Brian. Don't tell that DoorDash gig economy, please, because apparently these boys have a narrative where we've had a parting of the ways with the Brian. We're coming apart. We're coming apart at the seams, people. We're coming apart at the seams. We're coming apart at the seams. Oh, it gets so much better. It just keeps getting better. That's the part. It's been good so far. It just keeps getting better.
Glitch Dash will be going with them.
Promises. Ginger Glitch.
No, that Glitch Dash had already cut himself half free from everybody. He said, I got monetized, guys. Well, you'll not leave me alone. I got my own live show.
I want to say hello to the new member, Jared. How you doing, brother?
Good evening. Good evening.
Okay. So we got our first little interloper here. This Jared D, he ain't in our chat right now, which is a shame. He was in there last night. Hey, Jared D, if you're out there, Jared D. This Jared D, little motherfucker right
Thank
here.
you, sir. I appreciate it.
You see this Jared D right here? Now, this is an interesting feller. You're going to learn a little bit more about what type of a feller Jared D is. And apparently, Jared D considers himself somewhat of a game player on the internet. He also has an account called Outlaw Dasher. He's the Outlaw Dasher as well, which he thinks is cute. He wanted to make a couple videos, be able to troll a couple people under Outlaw Dasher. And Outlaw Dasher is very kind of dumb if you've ever seen Outlaw Dasher, so that fits. So Jared's in here doing the double agent thing with, playing nice guy with us. He always played nice guy to me. Now he's acting like a psychopath in here. He's acting like a dipshit. This is very interesting. So we learned a little about you, Jared. I hope you come in our chat so we can learn a little bit more about you, Jared D, the electric scooter boy.
Get it.
How you doing, Jared?
I've been watching the replays. I've seen you up here like almost every night for like the past 3-4 nights.
Like 3 nights now. 4 nights in a row, I think it's been. Yeah. It's been fun, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
There you go.
Hey Tommy, what happened to the fire?
Huh?
I'm not here on accident though. I'm just, my timing is impeccable that I would catch the Torp and the tri.
Whoa. My timing is also a little bit different than it is when I'm less intoxicated, Jared. Thanks for sharing your viewpoints.
Trifecta meltdown happened just right in the. I had seen it all form, and then I got to see it all melt down, and I was even here live for the meltdown. And I was like, man, that's you too. I love it.
Look, I think Jared just had an orgasm. I think Jared just has an orgasm. We might want to have a moment of silence for Jared's testiculars. May you have one more shining moment, Jared D. May you have more shining moments, Jared D.
I was going to ask you exactly how did you find us?
So check it out, dude. I'm doing gig work, whenever it was 6 months ago or so when I started, and looked on fucking YouTube, couldn't resist it, and I found some early videos and stuff, and then got recommended this Jeff Thomas Black Torp interview, and fucking that Jeff Thomas Black is giving his spiel to Torp, and Torp is like, yeah, but that don't make no fucking sense, I was like, yeah, but being friendly,
To be fair, Jared D, your retelling of my interview with Torp is terrible, absolutely fucking terrible. Just to be fair, Jared D.
Got an interview on the old YouTube. He was enthused to have the interview, but you could tell he was like, man, what the fuck?
Yeah, we know who Outlaw Dashing is now. AZ Prod. No more reindeer games for Outlaw Dashing. No more reindeer games for Outlaw Dashing.
What are you talking? Okay, yeah, but yeah, this is still cool. Yeah, you're cool. Yeah, and then oh, dude, and then I seen a little small friendship build there, and I'm like, there's no way you're gonna hang with this fucking shit lib. There's no fucking way.
So Jared says to himself, there's no way you're gonna hang with this fucking shit lib. I will have you know, Jared D, again, I am not a fucking shit lib. You may not call me a fucking shit lib. Jared D, you're a very, very dumb individual, and you also seem to be intoxicated, and you got a skeleton looking in your window. So you need to buck up, son. You're very incorrect.
Dude, I've been watching it and monitoring it. Go check no fucking dumb shit's channel. I got a bunch of comments in his early videos there. Only comments he'd ever gotten. I mean, the only one.
Wow. So he's so proud of himself. He's like, he got the only comments in there. He went off and he just like, man, that was so exciting. Man, I'm just throwing the dice. I'm like, I'm a gambler. I'm a rambler. I'm a midnight rambler. Pulling the old 3D chess torp move. God, these guys are so smart. They're so smart.
I was there at 148 subscribers.
God bless.
And he probably had this thing on for years.
Hey, I got a question, Jared. Have you seen Mr. Flex's commercial that he runs?
No, sorry.
Mr. Flex.
Well, drone days. I thought Jared was a good guy too. I always thought Jared was a pretty guy. He is not coming off well in this lounge appearance. He's not coming off well at all. He's coming off very, very badly, and it's going to get much, much worse. It's going to get much, much worse. Flexi Pants owns Torp. He got Pond and Punk. Yeah, well, that may be true. I don't know. Flexi Pants and Torp, all these fellers are so crazy, man. These fellers, they get their narratives are so wacky pants. I just can't. I mean, this is what? This is Motivational Monday. Thank God it's not Wacky Wednesday, or we could even be worse off than we are. It's Motivational Monday. Who is this clown? This is this clown right here. This clown, this is Jared D, the electric scooter guy who plays the nice guy, and then he's got an account called Outlaw Dasher, which plays the evil dumb shit redneck dumb fuck, and then he's on here as Jared D playing kind of a drunk, kind of a psychopath, kind of an unbalanced individual. That's what I gathered so far, Drone Dice. Good guys don't make up stories about other people sipping Pedro fart gasoline. Well, and yeah, and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse too. It's going to get worse too. These boys are not smart. These are not smart boys, and they're going to be breaking some laws here coming up soon. So you want to just stay tuned. Arizona Prod, you ain't lying. No, you ain't lying. Fantasy Island, move to Pedro Island. They might want to be. They might wish they was on Pedro Island soon. He is not a gig tuber. Remember, he's just having fun. Right. He's not a gig tuber. So he's over here. But see, this is our real life. This is our real labor movement. This is our real life. This is our real how we really support our families. And this is what we're really doing to deal with artificial intelligence and the potential to end human life as we know it. This is our real life. So I don't know if Jared D is just an electric scooter wacko who's on here playing with vampires at night. Well, that's kind of fun, but he's kind of playing with our real life. He's kind of playing with our real life. You got to know the difference. Like Torp says, you got to know your situation. You got to know your environment. You got to know your environment. Yeah. Motivation for them to get their heads out of their asses Monday. Well, this is their Monday motivation, Damian Blaze. This is their Monday motivation. This is what it's for. That's why it is Motivational Monday, is to give these folks some motivation.
Will you please run your commercial, sir?
When a person doesn't like you, they team up with another person that doesn't like you. And before you know it, there's a whole slew of people that hate you. But here's the thing. Those people, they don't even like each other. They're only gathered because of you. See how powerful?
Okay. So that's what you call malignant narcissism. Flexi Pants thinks that all these people are around here because we care about the Flexi Pants Lounge. Like Flexi Pants, if it wasn't for Always Cherry Pick, we wouldn't even know you was alive, man. If it wasn't for Always Cherry Pick, we wouldn't even know you existed, Flexi Pants. My goodness, man, nobody watches your dumb shit show. It's a bunch of weirdos. Flexi Pants. You're having a narcissistic separation of your egotistical personality disorder. Nobody is surrounded around you, Flexi Pants. You don't even have any content. Flexi Pants, we can't even hate you as much as we dislike Pedro. We can't even dislike you as much as we dislike Pedro because you don't have any substance, Flexi Pants. God, at least Pedro's got like a cult, psychology type narcissistic personality disorder. Your narcissistic personality disorder is just boring. It's just pure boring. You ain't got no substance, boy. My goodness. And they think they're funny. You know, they think they're funny, and they're not even close to funny. The best thing they ever did is make a clown picture, a cartoon. I love that.
Who you are.
Well,
now, I'll say.
Well, chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. That was just wonderful. Everybody, Mr. Flex is a martyr. Mr. Flex, the great martyr, Mr. Flex.
I said that for one reason. Now, look back right now. Every one of them motherfuckers was against Mr. Flex.
No. They all circled.
Oh, we are. You know, I lay in bed at night and I think Flex, 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 Flex. Like I saw Flex today sitting in his Cobb-tuned Subaru, like with a mailbox, and I'm just like Flex, 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 Flex. And then I'm like, I tuned into Flex Lounge, and there was an icon of Flex there, and there was like nobody watching, and I'm like Flex, 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 Flex. And then I'm like, well, all his cherry pick was kind of funny and like kind of rancid and stinky and stuff, but he was funny. And then I'm like, oh, Flex, 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 Flex. I mean, it's all about Flex. It's clearly all about Flex. Everybody is here. All of us are here, gathered right now for Flex. And through the shared feelings of Flex, through the shared feelings of Mr. Flex, we feel the gig economy through the shared feelings of Flex. Yeah, it will get funnier. It will get funny. Nobody, absolutely nobody has ever thought Mr. Flex had a personality, and Mr. Flex like thinks he's a martyr of the thing. It's wild, man. I mean, wait till you hear old Dad Dash Industries Steve asking for 13 sluts go at this thing. Yeah, Cherry at least was entertaining. He was Cherry used the hate speech. These guys use the hate speech. You're going to hear some hate speech in this. We could point out the hate speech in here if we wanted to. Flexi Pants got pissed off yesterday in the lounge and probably pissed off today. Flexi Pants is falling apart, man. Flexi Pants is falling apart. Excuse me, Pedro. Another Pedro. I should mute myself from coughing up the Pedro. I apologize. What does this drama have to do with gig workers, tips, and rights, Mr. Flex? Flex is drama channel, not a gig channel. He's using gig space to make drama absolutely pathetic. That is absolutely true. See, this is the thing. The only reason we're talking about Flex, I don't even watch the Flex's channel, Eli. I just get birdies call me and go like, Flex is talking about you and these boys is crazy. And so then I go and see what they're doing. This one was just too funny not to share, Eli. Usually I don't even share them that much. Flex worries about his image, and all people do is literally play back his own videos. Yeah. I miss Cherry. Well, some of us do, some of us don't. I miss the funny parts of Cherry. I do not miss the unfunny parts of Cherry. I think we can do without the hate speech, and I'm glad to see that gone. I'm glad to see the hate speech gone, even while I do hope that Michael Thomas Cherry is doing well. Good job, D-Blaze. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. D-Blaze always does nice work. He fell straight into the shithole first time he went on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, let's go for more of this.
But their wagons around Torp first. Why? Dude, that guy is a fucking performance artist.
Okay, so again, these guys think everything is a pyramid scheme. They think everything is a hierarchy. Torp was never our leader. I was never our leader. Eli was never our leader. Thomas Glitchdash was never our leader. Brian was never our leader. We're just a whole bunch of people. They think we're trying to replace their gang pyramid scheme with our gang and pyramid scheme. Oh, Jared D, you are a cooler. Jared D, you did some weird shit last night, my friend. You're on there talking some really weird shit about things you don't know about, son. I was a little disappointed. I gotta admit it, Jared D. You're not coming off real good here. You're talking about some real creepy stuff about me that you don't know, because I'm not a character. I'm a real person here for a real labor movement. And what you're talking about is just silliness, man. We're all laughing. And I would like it, Jared D, if I felt like you were in on the joke, but I feel like you were in on some creepy shit last night. So I'm not real sure about you. I'm not real sure about you right now. I'm not real sure about you. We'll see. I ain't gonna make no lasting judgment, Jared D, but I'm not real impressed with what you did last night on this.
It's an actual performance artist who plays a character Torp on fucking YouTube, and his fucking rants are downright They're fucking funny, dude. They are
fucking funny, Jared, and we never had a problem with that. But Jared, it seems like maybe you're taking a little bit too much pleasure in other people's misery, because this is our real life, Jared. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. You understand? You may be dipping your toe into the gig economy. This is our real life right here, and you're welcome in our community. But this I didn't like what I saw last night, man. You're not the kind of person I'd trust.
fucking funny. I don't care who.
They were all
And,
against Mr. Flex.
These guys surrounded him, and
now
and then there was
everybody,
this-
all of them,
and there was some sort of flex thing that happened.
And it's just pure silliness, Jared. Nobody's surrounding anybody or protecting anybody. This is YouTube, man. You're having illusions, man. You're having delusions. You're getting drunk and imagining things, brother.
It was this is how I learned about the lounge, because there was just these twerp videos about the lounge. I'm like, man, I gotta go check out the fucking lounge. All right, the fucking lounge is where all the cool kids are. What the fuck's going on there? And I need to.
Well, I don't think it is where the cool kids hang out anymore, Jared D. I don't think it is where the cool kids hang out anymore, Jared D. I don't think it is where the cool kids hang out anymore. And I don't think this side of the aisle is falling apart, as you ladies last night was talking about. Used to be my only comments, Jared D. Yeah, man. Look, man, I don't promote my YouTube channel. I only got like 400 YouTube subscriptions, son. I used to be your only comments. That's real nice. Yeah, and Outlaw Dashing, your little troll account, used to be my only dipshitty comments. That's true. I had Dama Shebeck in there. I had other people in there. You got to start somewhere, son. You got to start somewhere, son. You don't start at the top. You don't start at the top. You got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. And I thought you were somebody that we could enjoy in this community. Are you taking credit for finding me? Is that the thing? I used to be your only comments. You taking credit for my success? I'm not trolling Dad Dash. I am Dad Dash. I'm not trolling Dad Dash. I am Dad Dash. DMF, Dashing Magnificent Friend. People have to group up are generally weak. They're rat packing numbers. Yeah, well, that's the kind of behavior I think we're seeing here right now, Wild Alaska. That's what I'm anticipating as the behavior. Well, see, no, it didn't make me mad, DMF. You're just incorrect. You're incorrect. See, incorrect information doesn't make me angry, DMF. That's why you folks misunderstand me. It's just like the pyramid scheme that you want to build out of every person. You want to put one person into the lead of this side of the aisle so you can attack that person. But we're all together. We're all here on a level ground. We're all equals in this community. Nobody leads us. So you keep, Stephen Arrow's the leader. Damian Blaze is the leader. Vartan's the leader. Vartan is a freaking C-level executive in the corporate strap-on industry, for God's sakes. You think we don't got power on this side of the aisle? We got plenty of power on this side of the aisle. We got plenty of power. We got plenty of horsepower. You boys over there are just telling yourself nighttime bedtime stories, and it's fine. It's funny. We're all laughing at you, son. You think we're falling apart? I mean, you guys are misinterpreting so much. It's just amazing.
Find out what the fuck's going on before I go hang out anywhere, and whatever. It's been fun watching. It's been so fun. The glitch gate, all this stuff. This has been the best ever.
Yeah, now all of them are arguing with each other.
Oh, for real, dude. No, dude, they're eating their own, dude. Like,
are we arguing with each other and eating their own? Who would like to eat me? Will you please? Let's see. I'm going to put up a new. We need to put up a new poll. Are we eating each other, and what flavor are we when we do eat each other? All right, so let's go to this poll. We're going to end this poll. 61% of you say Thomas Schubeck Industries is real. 61% of you say Schubeck Industries is real, and it is in fact so real that Vartan will continue to get an executive salary. Matthew Arredondo, beef is what's for dinner. Matthew Arredondo. Okay, so we need another poll. We obviously need another poll. If I knew how to do that, I would do that. It seemed like I did it before, which is why I would think I could do it again. Let's see if I can do some kind of a poll. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't want to waste your time with that. We'll worry about a poll a little bit later. But anyway, with our friends here, Thank you, Vartan, for your leadership in the Schubeck Industries latex department. Jared D, I think Jeff is saying be your own man and don't follow these guys on nonsense that they say is not worth your time. Yeah, that is true. Jared, these people are, some of them are worse than others, and we're going to see some of this behavior. And it's some of this stuff they're involved with. These are not good people. Don't mistake Steve Askin 13, Dad Dash Industries, Dad Dash 13. Don't mistake that guy for some nice feller who I have a YouTube rivalry with. This is a backstabbing, lying, victim blaming bad actor is what Steve Askin for 13 Sluts is. That's what Steve Askin for 13 Sluts is. And so if Steve wants to pretend that he's some injured party and that he has the ability to be any kind of Dad Dash type character to this industry, he's just misrepresenting himself. So that's that. We are laughing at them. We are laughing heartily and happily. That is true. Flexi cakes need to go night nights. Yeah, flexi cake and needs more chalky babas than are probably currently available in the northeastern part of the United States. We do have supply chain issues for the chalky babas. I have heard. No, you're not. Okay. Only cows. Okay, me too. Head of latex department. Vartan, those condom accounts, you guys are doing a great deal with those great job with them condom accounts here on YouTube. The condom accounts seem like the latex is just excellent. It's called having connections and standing strong with being together, not apart as a real community. That's right. No eating of me. Thank you, dashing magnificent friend. I do not think that we are eating each other. I think it's quite hilarious that anybody would say. But again, this is some kind of a fever dream of like the other side of the aisle with like the three drunk friends that they have left.
This has been the best ever.
It's been good, Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, all of them are arguing with each other.
Oh, for real, dude. No, dude, they're eating their own, dude, like cannibalizing each other. And the only person who got anything out of it is this guy Glitch Dash.
Yeah,
he got 2,000 subscribers, monetized, and lived.
Glitch Dash. We like to call him Glitch Dick around these parts when we're going to use that. We go Glitch Dick when we're going to use them type of things. That's what Cherry used to call him. Rest his juice soul. Cherry, he juiced himself, and we wish we rest Cherry's juiced self. But that Thomas Glitch Dash, man, Glitch Dash. You say that so incriminatingly, like he's such an awful person.
Everybody else behind. Thank you, guys. He did that while Pedro was still unmonetized. In that way of, goddamn. Strangest thing, yeah, and it must eat the ass out of the rest of those guys too. Oh, it must eat their asses up. You're like, motherfucker, what the fuck? How the fuck did that? Those were my subs. No, they were not. And who was the glitch down? A totally different character, out of the blue character, fucking just like me, out of nowhere. Just out of in that weird. I thought that was fucking hilarious, dude. That was
Glitch Dash blew the fuck up. He did.
He did. Out of fucking nowhere. And you're like, who was he before? About 4 or 5 comments, dude, and boom, boom, boom. That's it. You're like, holy shit, there it is. Who'd have known?
And if you listen,
no, dude, I'm not knocking that in that way. I'm totally not knocking that.
But if you look now, all them people that were against Mr. Flex, and they were banding together against Mr. Flex.
They were.
You go watch how many videos did Torp talk shit about Mr. Flex every fucking day, time and time again.
He did. He did.
All right, and he's all, I'm all Jeff Thomas Black. I'm all on Glitch that side. I'm all on Robert Reed's side. Now all of a sudden, he's doing nothing but talking shit about them, and then he's coming over here. Now he said in his video he don't suck Flex's dick, but What's he doing? He has nowhere else to come but the lounge to speak his fucking mind because he has nothing to do with anybody else over there.
He's got a pretty good channel, guy. He makes decent videos that it seems that, you know, several people show up and watch it because they're fucking. Why? Because if he, dude, so the first thing I did when I found Torp, dude, I trolled him, man. I wanted a rant video, dude. So I tugged on him about coattails, and that instantly just fucking sent him into a rage. He's like, what? Tugging on Pedro's coattails? Bam, that motherfucker made a video the next day. And I was like, look, I had to go get my old lady. I'm like, look, Christy, I got a guy in the video. Yeah. And then as soon as the glitch thing came out, check it out. Y'all love this drama. Because just as soon as the glitch thing came out, I told that glitch dash, you know, and this is a fact too. Twerk's been pushing Top Dasher. I mean, if you're always saying everybody on here who is pushing Top Dasher must have been glitching. Well, you know, all these people.
I don't think anybody ever said that, Jared. That's a misstatement. Nobody ever said everybody in Top Dasher was glitching, and I don't believe there's anybody that's ever said Mr. Flex was pushing Top Dasher. You're incorrect. You're mixing up the storylines there, Jared D.
They wanted to work during the fucking summer. They want to dash now during the summer. They must have been glitching.
Yep.
And you had to make a comeback video against that in that way. And damn, you know, so I got him. I told him.
Like the last
Outlaw
one,
dashing 2, Torp 0.
Yeah, I think the last one he said was, "Oh, now that summer's gone, I've dropped my acceptance rate to 23% because I'm not."
Yeah, he says my goddamn job to let that motherfucking shit fall. I'm like, yeah.
I'm not running him $2 for 6 miles. Now, with that being said, Dad Dash.
Yes.
That was cute, though. Like I said, he's been working on, and he does that shit unscripted, dude. Man, if he had a script, that shit would be off the chain.
So Dad Dash.
He'd have a whole fucking show.
Right. Now, we all know that F. Thomas Black has already said that he has been so-called all over the world.
Yeah.
He's a civil rights activist or whatever fuck he is. He said that, Mr. Flex is Antifa, but he says he was never part of Antifa.
What? I don't think I ever said anything about Antifa or Flexi Antifa or Flexi. I don't. Tommy, just me, little Tommy, fire starter. What does it say? Fire starter. Fire starter, LOL, maybe just me, fire starter. Tommy, man, you are man, your brain has turned into a pickled thing, a pickled brainstem.
I don't know, but with all that being said, okay, why is it that he is running? Because he already said himself that he had to leave where his children were and go to an undisclosed place where nobody knows where he's at. He supposedly has no money, but he bought a shirt off Driven Dad. He has this big ass boom mic in front of him. He's got a computer.
Well, I had enough money to buy the shirt from Driven Dad when I bought the shirt from Driven Dad. That is true, but that was like 3 months ago, Tommy. Keep up, man. Yeah, but see, this is the level of discourse, AZ Prod. Like I would have to believe at least over half of the people in here have got to be like QAnon conspiracy theorists or something to that effect. I'm guessing greater than 50%. We don't know. Yeah, we enjoy Wild Alaska. We're glad when Wild Alaska stops by. He's a busy guy. He keeps an eye on. He can't always get to the lives, but he watches shit. He keeps his eye on stuff. He's good. Does good broadcasts too. Follow him.
He's in a fucking place that's nicer than where I'm staying.
Well, I was going to say not only that, but the background that he has looks exactly like the office that he's had in the background of a lot of his videos dating months back, yet he's supposedly on the run.
He's a complete liar.
Oh, he's a lying sack of just marbles, man.
Yeah, and like if he's in an undisclosed place where nobody knows where he is, how in the hell are you supposed to find him, number one, and then get people to go kill him?
Well, I don't know, Tommy. Why do you always talk about finding me and then talking about killing people, Tommy? Why is it that you're always talking about those things? I wasn't in the lounge talking about these things. Why are you and Dad Dash again talking about threats against me and finding me and where I am and what my background is and everything else? I don't get it, Tommy. Why is this so interesting to you and Dad Dash? Why are you so interested?
Well, it's ridiculous, man. Well, first,
it's just ridiculous, and I can't come up with.
You should notice. Please do. Who was it that was talking? DMF. Yeah, DMF, Dashing Magnificent Friend. You'll notice right here. Look, Spreadsheet Dasher. Steve Askin for 13 Sluts has given up the Dad Dash name. He knows he's not Dad Dash. I am Dad Dash. I'm Dad Dash, Jeff Thomas Black. It's not my screen name. Dad Dash is me. That's my character. I'm like, you know how Michael had always cherry picked? Well, Jeff Thomas Black has Dad Dash. I'm Dad Dash. That's the explanation. It's just a character, but it's like, it's mostly me. It's mostly me. And I take full responsibility for anything Dad Dash says. But Steve Asking for 13 Sluts is not anything like any character that would be called some kind of a parental dasher. He can be the spreadsheet dasher. I like that. I think he's probably a good spreadsheet dasher.
For answers were ridiculous.
And with all that being said, okay, you're also out door dashing. You got kids, you got family, you got a wife, you're a husband.
And he's only
How do you have time to fucking put your time and man hours into worrying about this stupid little motherfucker?
And why would I? I mean, like he's not important to me in the least bit. And that's the thing that's just ridiculous about the whole thing. And then it's
so Steve Asking for Sluts 13. Now, of course, I have invited Steve Asking for 13 Sluts to be on any show, to come on my show, to come on Robert Reese, whatever. He's avoided me like plague. So this is a coward. He's, we don't even know if he's a real person. He's just an icon behind Spreadsheet Dasher. But anyway, this boy is talking about why me? Well, this is the guy who went on, misrepresented his relationship with me, stabbed me in the back, lied about me, lied about my motivations, lied about my book, lied about our past together, and has been involved in a number of other nefarious things that I don't need to bring up on this podcast. So that's who Spreadsheet Dasher Steve Asking for 13 Sluts is. Okay. That's who Steve Asking for 13 Sluts is. And now he's also in these midnight lounges with nefarious characters talking about my whereabouts. It's kind of strange, don't you think, that this just comes up over and over and over again, that these folks are talking about my whereabouts, and they're always worried about my kids, where they live, where I live, what kind of equipment I have, what I'm doing. It's real strange. It's just real strange.
Like you said, I'm out working, but also he claims he doesn't even think I'm real, but then he has my LinkedIn page, which is clearly real.
Oh, nobody has ever made a fake LinkedIn page. It's never happened. It's never, ever happened that somebody makes a fake LinkedIn page. Because you know what I got on LinkedIn? I got like the Crown Prince of Zimbabwe. The Crown Prince of Zimbabwe wanted me to ferry gold from like Houston to Zaire. So, don't say that everything on LinkedIn ain't real. If Steve Asking for 13 Sluts isn't real, how could he be on LinkedIn? For sure.
He's gone in and looked at all my social media and all that stuff, which shows it's real. So, like,
well, sure, because you can't have a fake. You can't have a fake account there, Steve. And by the way, notice how Jared is showing his face. Notice how Tommy is showing his face. Do you notice how Steve asking for 13 sluts never, ever, 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 ever shows his stupid face?
Really? You think I'm created out of like thin air? No way. I mean, you can go look at 515 videos I've made, which shows my entire history. And
515. That's prolific. That's a bunch.
Yeah. I said, it's all
515 videos, Steve asking for 13 sluts. So why, Steve, when you came into the community, did you tell everybody you were new and you'd been here a year if you had 515 videos? How does that add up, Steve asking for 13 sluts? How does the math add up in the sociological calculus of your mind? How does that add up, Steve?
all there. I mean, and I'm like, this is. I'm like, you've lost it, man. I mean, you really need to let it go. But it's like,
oh, you lost it, man. You really need to let it go. You really need to let it go. Well, there are people watching my content, Steve. There are people reading my work. There are people reading my book. We got a good community over here, and you're hanging out with Drunky Time Flexi Pants Hour, Flexi Pants Drunky Hour. So Dad Dash 13, Steve asking for 13 sluts. You're just killing it, buddy. You're killing it. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, Stevie.
Understand.
And here's my thing from the lives that I've seen from him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, since he does not work, he does not have a job. Okay,
I do not.
First of all,
I do not have a
I'll
job.
put like they say. Okay,
writing is not a job. You cannot be a writer. You cannot. Thanks, Tommy.
What was it? I think Robert Reese said that Eli doesn't do gig work anymore. So
Right.
why is he even around a gig channel? About the same thing.
Right.
When was the last time that Jeff Thomas Black?
It's the same thing. I've been working in the gig economy and working on this book for 3.5 years. It's the same thing. Why am I here? I've only been working on it for 3.5 years. Why am I in the gig economy? Tommy doesn't understand. Tommy doesn't understand why I'm here. Tommy doesn't understand. He just wants to know where I live and what my kids are doing and what kind of equipment I'm using and what room I'm in and where I'm what town I'm in, and he wants to take donations to go traveling across country to bloody people up, but he doesn't know anything else. How did he come into this? Where did this guy come from? I never even heard of this motherfucker until Glitchgate. Never even heard of this motherfucker before Glitchgate. All of a sudden he's coming in. He's just obsessed with me. It's real weird. It's real weird.
Did any gig work?
When was the last time he said something relevant about gig work?
He said
today?
himself he did like 5,000. He has 5,000 deliveries.
5,521, Tommy. 5,521, Tommy.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
But then he ran his car into the ground. He quit doing
But
it.
50,000 declines.
Why is he even here? Number one.
That's about right. That's about Jared. Actually, that's good. Jared was watching a show at one time about, I guess there was probably 10 declines to every acceptance. So probably 50,000 declines. Probably on DoorDash. That was a fair estimate. Thank you, Jared. You were listening. You get extra points for that. I might like you slightly more than I did a little while ago. I'm still very unsure of you, however. But thank you for remembering that that I did have about probably 50,000 declines.
All right. With that being said, like with me, I just went and doxed myself. It's not hard to find me.
Well, that's going to be very useful. That's going to be very useful that we can find Tommy very easily. Wild Alaska, I hope you're watching this. This is going to be pretty good for a law enforcement officer. You're going to get a good chuckle out of this. So Tommy has doxed himself. He wants it to be very easy to find him. Now watch this next part.
Yeah.
I went ahead and doxed myself out there for everybody. They know where I work, what market I'm in, what stores I frequent. I go to this store, this store, this.
Okay, I need help from the chat. I'm dialing the audience. Can somebody in the audience? I need. Let's please everyone. Please give me an estimate of Tommy's age. Uh, please give me an estimate of Tommy's age, and I'm going to keep my estimate in my head. I've got my estimate. I'm not going to tell you until you guys come up with one, and then we'll average those out. We'll average those out. But put in the chat how old do you think Tommy is? While you do that, I'm going to put up a message here that says "Free Sam Lee" because I'm thinking about Sam Lee right now. Free Sam Lee. Free Sam Lee. How old do you think old Just Me fire starter LOL Tommy is? How old do you think Tommy is? Man, are you guys that slow? Are you that slow? Is nobody watching me? Are you all sleeping? Are you all driving around in your car? All right, I'm going to help you out. All right. 21. He's just not aging well, DMF. He's just not aging well. Okay, so you think he's the same age as me, Wild Alaska. Okay, I'm going to take that. Okay, Wild Alaska. Jared D says Tommy's 51. Okay, fair enough. So let's say that he's 51. Let's say he's 51. So okay. And anybody know how old Sam Lee is? Does anybody know how old Sam Lee is? I think Sam 24, I believe. How old is Sam Lee? These are important questions. How old is Sam Lee? I think Sam is 24. Is he not? Is he younger than that? He's no older than that. Okay, 24. Thank you. Okay, so here we go.
Store pickup. I don't give a fuck. If you want me that bad, you come find me.
Okay, Tommy. If we want Tommy, we got to come find him. Okay, Tommy. Thank you.
Come get some, motherfucker.
I'm not worried about him. I dox myself, so I don't have to worry about somebody doxing me. With that being
you don't have to worry about somebody doxing you, Tommy.
Said, okay, say just for role reversal kind of thing, I'll say instead of Dad Dash and Jeff Thomas Black, it was me and Mr. Flex.
Okay.
I go running up here and I tell everybody, yeah, Mr. Flex is coming for me. He's gonna come kill me. He's looking for me. But I'm in an undisclosed place. I have no fucking life. I have no money. But I smoke pot 24/7. Okay. I can't even comb my hair before I go into a live. And
is this his impression of me? I can't comb my hair 24/7. I can't even comb my hair. Wow, that's a terrible impression of me, Tommy.
Talk to people. Okay. But yet, I got Mr. Flex coming for me. He's going to kill me. But yet,
has anybody ever heard me say that I think Flex is coming to kill me? Unless Flex is who is the person that put the most recent threats in? It was like cloak person. Unless Tommy is somehow claiming that Flex is cloak person, which would be news to me. I don't think anybody thinks that Flex is coming to meet anybody on nature trails. Okay, but let's keep going because it gets worse. I'm alarmed. I'm going to tell you in advance. I'm alarmed.
Mr. Flex is live 16 hours a day working. Then he comes in home for another 6 hours. The motherfucker man he sleeps like 3 or 4 hours a night. He's right back up.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I sleep and I wake up like other people. I actually sleep real well. I sleep real well. I have a CPAP.
How does he have time and the effort to put in to come find me and kill me?
Who?
You follow what I'm saying?
Ninjas. Doesn't make any sense.
Ninja.
Oh, okay. So I think Tommy was describing Flex and like Flex would be a bad killer because he's busy all the time. I think that's what Tommy was saying. I lost it, man. I lost the narrative there for a minute. I apologize. I don't know what I lost Tommy's narrative.
Is secret order.
Stupid. Yeah.
Well, I think all he's trying to do, like I said, in my opinion, is he's trying to get what he said is because people were like during the live, people were like, "Hey, dude, what's your like? what do you have? And he said, you're going to have to take my word for it. I have a bunch of stuff that I can't disclose. And I'm like, what? No. Like, you never have any of the evidence ever.
Come on, guys. If you watch his early videos, you knew the cards he was going to play. Come on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Don't lie.
Did you, Jared? Did you know all the cards I was going to play, Jared? Did you, Jared? You knew all the cards I was going to play? That's wild, man. You're a wild dude.
He really is trying. And he thought Dad Dash, and I'm not going to lie to you, dude. Let's be honest. He really does think, okay, well, Torp and other people play this persona on YouTube. My Jeff Thomas Black persona trying to sell this book. This is not working, man. Nobody. I need something. And somehow or another, he thought that he had a beef with you, which I don't even understand where any of that.
Oh, so this is my cunning strategy to sell books, is to have a beef with Flex. Is that it? Or is the beef with Dad Dash? So Jared, man, you got to send me whatever you were drinking or smoking. You need to package some of that and send it along, brother. Because you're whacked out of your gourd there, my friend. You're whacked out of your gourd there. You're going all silly pants on us.
That would even come from. And
it's ridiculous.
That's a whole other can of worms. But by the way, did you not do you not realize that you're supposed to change your name, Dad Dash?
What am I supposed? Oh, I am. What should I change it to?
Well, apparently, according to him, you're not allowed to use Dad Dash 13 no more because that.
Now, look, I think Tommy just told a story that mixed me and Flex and Dad Dash into one character. I seriously think Tommy just told a story that morphed from talking about me to Tommy to Dad Dash in one thing. I'm so freaking confused by what Tommy's saying.
That is now his name, and you're not allowed to have it.
Yeah, okay. Well, he can go talk to YouTube about that.
That is now his name, and until you go and apologize to him, you're not allowed to have Dad Dash 13 as your name anymore. That is now his name.
Apologize to him. He's insane, man. Apologize. I ain't
apologizing. Oh, Tommy, you love watching him.
He's on the lunatic fringe.
Vartan, I have heard a number of people share that sentiment today. I've heard a number of people share that sentiment today. It is worth considering. And Jaron D, you may want to consider, watch this back, consider just everything that's is going on. Now, it's going to get worse again, and we've got to keep watching.
Sit there, smoke a cigarette, and fucking listen to that wild man speak, huh?
What's up, KK? Dude, I love
KK Knight! KK Knight's in the house! KK Knight!
I like watching like him and Robert while I'm driving in the car because I can pause them, go in, get me an order, and come back out.
I said that he is not qualified to be Dad Dash because he would be a shitty father if he was behaving as he is, and he's a bad representation of somebody for the community. That's what I said specifically. I mean, not specifically. That's the gist of it, is that he is not qualified to be any type of positive role model in the community. He's lost his place, and that's just a fact. DMF. That's just a fact.
And go back and just listen.
Yeah.
And my wife is sitting right beside me, and she gets mad at me because I will hear them say so much shit that is untrue.
And you get
like,
angry,
really,
don't you?
I'm really driving down the road saying, "No, you stupid motherfucker! You don't know what the fuck you're talking about." And she's like, "Who are you talking to?" I'm like, "I'm talking to this guy," and she's like, "He can't hear you." I'm like, "Yeah, but if I go home and I get on there and I talk to them, then they're gonna be like, oh, I'm an angry old man. I'm an evil psychopath. Those were his words. He called Roy a psychopath. He called me an evil psychopath.
Well, yeah, supposedly, Tommy, you work for me, and you're my muscle man. You're going around, getting heavy-handed with everybody I have a beef with.
Heavy-handed.
Yeah. After I go to California and I take care of the two up there, I'm supposed to swing around to an undisclosed place, and I don't know where he's at.
Portland. It's Portland, Oregon.
I'm supposed to drag him out of the dungeon that he's in that looks better than where I'm staying.
My assumption is that this is coming from a really, really, really big weed smoking session that he just comes up with this shit.
You might have to go.
Dead Dash, I can handle more weed than you, and I can handle my weed just fine. There, Steve, asking for 13 sluts.
Go through a pink fucking dress lady that has a beard.
The Antifa lady.
No,
yes,
it's
pink hair. You'll know her.
Some stuff that's not okay here, Damian Blaze.
Oh
yeah.
See, apparently I've not caught up to what y'all are talking about, so I can't get. Look, dude, I ain't got enough hours in the day to catch up with all this shit that's going on right now.
We got that part, Tommy. We got that part.
I'm trying.
You got arrested with a dude wearing a dress.
So Flex, where's Brian at in all this? Did he break away from them at this point because of Eli, or
no?
Or is he
start another channel?
Did Brian break away? Did Brian break away? Did Brian break away? How stupid is Steve asking for 13 sluts? Is this guy paying attention to the gig economy at all? Did Brian break away? Is this guy for real? Is this guy for real? He really wants to represent he's part of this gig economy space and he thinks Brian broke away? That's so weird, man.
Yeah, well, I know he's got the DoorDash police channel, and he got mad, and he put stuff out with that.
Yeah, he's got like 3 channels or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, is he still with them, or is he like on his own? Because I saw like some sort of post or something that to put up that he's a fluffernutter.
Yeah, I had a post where he claims he's not with anyone.
Oh, he's not. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so these boys get confused. Again, they want everything to be a gang or a pyramid scheme. Here on this side of the aisle, we're just equals. We're just all equals. Nobody is on top of anybody else. Nobody's a bottom to anybody else. We're just all equals. These boys just can't understand it. It's just beyond their comprehension.
Thank you. Because the wealthy thing. There was this wealthy thing that was just like, wow, how fast did that go there? Holy shit.
Well, that's how it started.
Thank you. You know what I'm saying. It went that was the first of the turning of whoa.
Jared, what the fuck are you woeing at, dude? This is some kind of like a crack dream that somebody's having and you're woeing at it, brother. It's weird, man. It's just weird. It's fucking weird. I'm just telling you. As a friend, it's fucking weird, man.
Fucking gorgeous, dude. Best drama. Been the best show. If I could give Emmys, dude. Some people deserve Emmys.
Jared.
What?
What I was trying to explain to you, the reason why I asked Flex to run that commercial was because it started out being Torque. I mean, Robert Reese and Rev. And then it was like Robert Reese, Rev, and Torque. And then it was like Robert Reese, Rev, Torque, and fucking Dad or whatever fuck Brian, whatever fuck his name is. DoorDash sucks.
DoorDash sucks.
And then out of nowhere, here comes like the fucking Calvary's coming. Here comes Jeff Thomas Black. Here comes Ginger Claws. Here comes this. Here comes that. It's like,
okay, so Ginger Claws is our first little entry of hate speech, right? We've talked about this before, that calling out somebody's person is probably not the best way to go about things. So, but anyway, typical of Tommy.
I've got an army of 10 against Mr. Flex, and then what happens? We're all still here talking, hanging out with each other. They're all falling apart.
You see what Tommy said? We're all falling apart. Tommy's figured it out. We're all falling apart. Tommy's holding it together. We're all falling apart.
Trust me, he did stalk y'all for a good year or more. That Jeff Thomas Black.
Watching people on YouTube is not stalking, Jared. Watching people on YouTube on their public broadcasts is not stalking. It's not stalking. It's not stalking. You are well. I don't know. Is any? Looks like I have currently 16 people stalking me in the box.
Trust in every word he says. He absolutely stalked this community for a good maybe 18 months before he started.
It's called research. Research. When you write a book, you do research, Jared. You do research for a book, Jared. A book.
Trying his hand at it.
Really?
Can I
How
finish?
do you know that?
Oh, I would check his videos in that way of, yeah. He was playing get arrested and he's looking for a new cause, a new thing to fight for.
So, is that it? Is that what I'm doing, Jared D? I need a new cause to fight for. That's what I'm doing. When I got arrested in like 2018 or whatever it was, or 2019, whenever it was, I waited 4 years. I've just been waiting for my one shining moment for this new cause, Jared, for you to call it out. You clear seeing son of a bitch.
Something, not as painful as what he had been playing with.
Oh,
something that, more of an indoor sport, something at a keyboard, maybe a mic.
Well, yeah, man. Yeah, I don't want to get arrested anymore or go to jail. Like, it's an evolution. We all get older, Jared. We all get older, Jared. And I thought that right now we're not facing other challenges that we faced in the past. We're facing a new challenge, an existential threat. That means life-threatening, an existential threat to the human race called artificial intelligence, which has spawned app slavery and the global gig economy fraud that is being perpetrated around the world right now, Jared. Glad you asked.
Microphone.
Can I finish?
Please.
Yes,
Tommy.
sir.
Please, Tommy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyway, with it being said, I don't know. Robert Reese confuses the fuck out of me because he's
Tommy. Let's be honest. Life confuses the fuck out of you, Tommy. Tommy, you're a confused individual. Let's just get it out on the table, Tommy.
So off the wall. I mean,
yes.
If you watch the live that me and Dad Dash did with him, he literally said he was going to go out and find a racist driver and do an interview with him. And if you watch that live, I literally pointed down at Robert Reese. I was like, Robert.
When Tommy says literally, I don't take it literally. When Tommy says literally, I take it anything but literally. And that's literal. That's a literal statement I'm saying. I literally take Tommy's statement of literalness as a literal, I think.
You ain't gotta go nowhere. I already found your fucking racist driver. He's right here. And I was pointing at him. Yeah.
You know when you find him.
So
see, Steve asking for 13 sluts must be a real fucking genius. So this guy Nostradino, I don't know this. Oh, is that Dino? Is that like Dino the dinosaur? That's Dino the dinosaur. Okay, he's just being quiet. Okay, got it. That's Nostradino, like the little arms. Dino, saying it like it was. Okay.
With that being said, they all like, okay, on one bit, like it's like 1 minute he's talking about, okay, I'm not racist. My wife is Peruvian and Puerto Rican and Jamaican, and
I got black friends.
Whatever the fuck else she is, I don't know. And I'm this, that, the other, whatever. Anyway, he's trying to get black content creators to come join his side.
Oh no.
He's trying to get Hannibal. He's trying to get him. He's trying to get this guy. He's trying to get them all come together.
Wait, this guy, and this guy, and Hannibal? Wait, this guy, and Hannibal. Tommy, man, you just lay it out there. Tommy's bringing the heat. Tommy is bringing the heat, man. He's bringing the heat. This guy, and Hannibal. sounds like Pedro. Maybe Hannibal's Pedro's only black friend and Tommy's only black friend. This guy, and Hannibal.
With him, and nobody wants to fuck with him. All right. So then The next video, he's talking about, oh, well, Mr. Flex, we're 10 strong now. We're coming for you. I thought he was talking about he found 10 black content creators.
Did you, Tommy? Did you think that Robert found 10 black content creators? That'd just be amazing. That would be amazing, Tommy, if he found 10 black content creators. Who's ever heard of such a thing? I mean, we got white people all over this place. 10 fucking black content creators? That's ridiculous, Tommy. I can see how you're fucking stunned, man.
I was so confused on his shit that he was talking.
Yeah, well, that's confusing stuff. That is confusing stuff, Tommy. Well done. You smoked it out. You smoked it out. Now look, Steve asking for 13 sluts over here, West Virginia. He's just participating right along as one of the dick bags. We got Flex over here being a dick bag. Jared, we don't know what you're doing. We can obviously tell you were drunk. We're going to throw you a bone on that one. Dino's taking a nap. The dinosaur's taking a nap.
Later on, I find out that he's talking about Jeff Thomas Black, Ginger Claws, DoorDash Sucks, Derev, him, Torp. This.
Oh, so it wasn't just 10 black people. It was just 10 people. All right. Well, that makes it better. That makes it better. Okay. Good.
This guy, you know, he's like, we're coming 10 strong after you, fucking Mr. Flex. And now what's going on? We're all sitting here laughing at them.
You see that? They're laughing at you. You are a joke. They're laughing at you. Ha 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 at you. Keep going, Tom.
Because they're like the fucking what the fuck was that egg that sat on the wall and fell and broke his shell or whatever?
Humpty Dumpty, Tommy.
It was like a
Dumpty, man.
Storybook rhyme, whatever.
Humpty Dumpty, Tommy. Humpty Dumpty. Tommy's brain is fucking pickled, man. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a big fall. Humpty Dumpty wasn't very humpty, was he? I think it was like that.
Anyway, yeah, so now we're all laughing at them because now what's happened? Their fucking wall is crumbling in front of them.
Our wall is crumbling in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And the walls came crumbling down. Whose walls are crumbling? Are our walls crumbling or are their walls crumbling? Whose walls are crumbling? I think maybe corporate walls are crumbling. I think maybe DoorDash's walls are crumbling. I don't know whose walls are crumbling. I think, again, Tommy is in another realm, maybe a digital realm or something, less analog, more digital.
Torp's going his way. DoorDash Sucks is going his way.
DoorDash Sucks is going his way. Brian's leaving us, ladies and gentlemen. Brian's leaving us. Tommy broke the news. Brian, DoorDash Sucks. He's been with us from the start. He's been the person who has made videos. Thomas Glitch Dash Shubeck watched every one of. Brian is leaving us. Tommy broke the news. Farewell, Brian. Everyone put farewell, Brian, in the chat. Thank you, Tommy. Farewell, Brian. It's been great knowing you. Farewell. Brian. Enjoy driving your car. Okay, we said farewell to Brian. We said enjoy driving your car. I'm sorry it's over, Brian. You've left us.
You know, Jeff Thomas Black's going his way.
Okay. Well, now there you go. I'm leaving you very soon, obviously. Tommy knows.
Everybody sees what's happening, and slowly Robert Reese's army is falling apart from the core.
Well, Torp still has ranting about the app in that Dino kind of way. So he's got that good content left. I mean, he gives great rants about daily work, you know, from working man perspective with them long ass arms, and he's even got the fucking look for it and everything. The other guys just they're flat. There's nothing. My old lady would call them hate channels. They just build a channel on hate. And if they can't find new hate, then it.
Well, Jared, that's why I sing the Mr. Rogers song at the start and end of every podcast. It's about the hate. It's about the hate in our community. It's about the hate in our community, Jared. That's why we sing. That's why we express our love and care for each other, and we respect the women in our community. Everything. It's about the hate, Jared. You figured this out.
Runs flat, and the channels run flat, and they go nowhere.
Yeah,
The Eli channel probably done it many times.
Yeah, like Jonathan K just said, Tommy, no facts talks in so many circles, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Jesse said the storybook rhyme was Humpty Dumpty. Yeah. Humpty Dumpty sat on wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
I'm not an emotional person with all this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just, but I don't mind putting my face on here. I'm in a whole nother community, which who gives a shit, so.
Well, Jared,
I'm
we're
over
real
here hanging
people
out
over
with
here.
giggers.
Remember that.
I do gig work every day.
Remember, Jared, we're real people over here with a real revolution to feed our real families and house our real families. So just keep that in mind. Just he lives in the chat room, Damian Blaze. We're concerned, Jared. Be in our real world. Join the winning team here. Come on.
7 days a week. I'm part of the addicted crowd. Dina was asking that question about why are we all doing it 7 days a week now? You didn't used to always work 7 days a week, but we're almost all work 7 days a week now.
Well, that's because we're addicted dumbasses. That's why we're here, man, because working 7 days a week isn't sustainable. It's a recipe for disaster, man, for the country and for your family and for everybody else. That's why we're here, because working 7 days a week is stupid, man. It's not the way to go. It's not sustainable. And it makes you a slave, especially if you're working 7 days a week for some corporate AI gamblified fucking scam, man. Yes, I do what, Jared? I don't understand. Oh, he lives in the chat room. I got you. Okay. Well, all right, Jared. But just so you know, we take this a little bit more seriously on this side of the aisle. We like to laugh and have fun because either you laugh or you cry. But we do take it quite a bit more seriously over here than these bunch of drunks that we're looking at and this scumbag piece of shit over here that calls himself Spreadsheet Basher.
Yeah, but again, okay. Maybe me coming from W-2 to coming to gig work, maybe I could like spread a little bit on that. I don't know, but like I know Cray has a W-2 and she does gig work on her days off.
Great night. Hey,
look at that.
Great night.
See, she's working 7 days a week also.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Well,
that's what
from my understanding, okay. From my understanding, she makes good money where she works.
Okay.
So from my understanding, I don't think it's a standpoint to where she has to work 7 days a week. She chooses to work 7 days a week.
Would like to get ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like,
dude, you do not get ahead working 7 days a week as a slave, Jared. You don't get ahead working 7 days a week as a slave. Look, you're an old man like me, Jared. You're an old man like me. You're in your 50s, right? You got to be a better person than this. We got to care more for our fellow man. Look, we can drink and smoke ourselves to death, Jared, if you want to. You can, I can, anybody can. We're a little bit on the older side, though, and there's other people here in the world that need to keep on living while we hang out in chat rooms with nefarious characters at 2 o'clock in the morning, Jared.
With me, I used to work 5 days a week, take 2 days off. But also the place I worked at, I had to work every holiday. Christmas is mandatory. Thanksgiving is mandatory. Everything's mandatory. Okay. Now, I only work 7 days a week if I want to.
Well, that's just wonderful.
I only work 15 hours a day if I choose to.
Well, that's dumb. Okay, that's stupid. Okay.
If I wake up in the morning, and I didn't work Saturday or Sunday. I went to Taco Mac today. Drank me a pitcher of beer. I watched the race. I watched all the football games. Ate 30 wings. Me and my wife had 30 wings. I spent $59. Gave the girl a $30 tip because I was there 2.5 hours. Oh, sorry, Sam Lee. I do tip my fucking servers. I'm sorry, you stupid motherfucker. Anyway.
Oh, I caught you and him at war already too. That was fun to watch, guy. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's why I was labeled an evil psychopath by Jeff Thomas Black.
You sounded more serious than he did. Well, I think he calls himself a philosopher.
dude, I'm literally telling you that motherfucker was.
Jared D, you think you could take me in a battle of wits there, son? Laughing at my philosophies, laughing at my philosophizing. You think you can take me in a battle of wits there, head to head there, Jared? Come on now. You're being silly, son.
Death upon me. Okay.
You
I
told
will
me that.
find. Okay. I will live longer than he will. I'm not saying I'm threatening him.
Sorry.
I'm not saying I'm threatening him or anything like that, but I promise you, I will outlive him.
Okay, so I just heard a 53-year-old man say that he promises us he will live longer than a 24-year-old man. That's a 29 years difference. How exactly is Tommy going to deliver the promise of living longer than Sam Lee with a 29-year-old age difference? Tommy, how are you thinking, Tommy, of guaranteeing that, Tommy? Because that sounds to me like a death threat, Tommy. That sounds to me like a very, very, very clear death threat that you're promising to carry out. You're promising to make sure that a 24-year-old man dies before you, Tommy. That's what you promised, Tommy. I just heard it. I'm going to hear it again. Let's listen to Tommy make a very sick and disturbing promise.
I'm not saying I'm threatening him.
Sorry.
I'm not saying I'm threatening him or anything like that, but I promise you, I will outlive him.
Okay, so Tommy thinks he's real cagey. Tommy thinks he's very cagey because Tommy just made a death threat. Tommy just made a death threat without saying the words death threat. He just told everyone here on the YouTubes that a 24-year-old person will not live as long as he will, looking like dog shit in his shed at 53. I'm troubled by this. Is it a reach DMF? Is it a reach? Is it a reach DMF? It is not a reach DMF. It's not a reach at all. What's this psychopath saying? He's sitting here saying he guarantees he's going to live longer than CMP. What the fuck do you think he means, DMF? What the fuck do you think he means?
Okay. Okay. I will live longer than he will. I'm not saying I'm threatening him.
Sorry.
I'm not.
Hey, look, I'm not the law enforcement, man. I'm just here watching like everybody else. I wouldn't want to be this Tommy character who doxed himself online, out here making death threats against 24-year-old young men. I wouldn't want to be this Tommy character. And you got this old guy, you got this motherfucker over here, this guy, spreadsheet dasher, Steve asking for 13 sluts, calls himself some kind of a parent. He's in here hanging out with this dipshit who's threatening 24-year-olds. You got our friend Jared over here chain smoking and being drunk. That's all right, Jared. Jared, this might be the point where you tell people like you shouldn't be talking like that. That's one of the things you could do, Jared, if you weren't being a dipshit. And then Dino's sleeping, Flex is probably sleeping, but their faces are up here because the show is so exciting. You got to have more icons up here while Tommy makes death threats.
I'm not saying I'm threatening him or anything like that, but I promise you, I will outlive him.
I promise you, I will outlive him. If I said that about a young person, that would make me a psychopath. I'm 55-year-old man. If I said that about somebody in their 20s, that I was promising you I was going to outlive them, that would be a very sick thing for me to say, and I would never ever say anything like that. This is not a good idea. This is not good. This is not good. Okay, Jared, if you don't drink, I don't know who's typing here. Are you talking in the first person, third person? What's going on here? No, Jeff, you're crazy. Okay. All right, Kevin. All right, Kevin. You really think that, Kevin, or are you joking? I think you're joking, Kevin. Not a psychopath. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's all very strange. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think it's very strange. Thank you, Kevin. I figured you were. I figured you were. Okay, this is Yeah, Kevin, if I see you in here, Kevin, man, I'm going to be really disillusioned. I'm just telling you, Gig Drive and Thrive. If I see you on the lounge with fucking Steve asking for 13 slots and Tommy, I'm just going to get torqued at you, Kevin.
Okay. And yes, because I'm not gonna make no threats on YouTube because apparently people already have.
So when you make threats on YouTube, what you say is, "I'm not going to make any threats on YouTube." I'm not worried about myself here, DMF. I think this is disturbing behavior for the community, man. This is not what we're all supposed to be here for. This is not good yuck fun. This is I mean, it's funny, but it's not. This part isn't ha ha funny, right? The other stuff was ha ha funny. This isn't ha ha funny. Tommy is not a ha ha funny guy. Tommy is a guy who's very unbalanced. Yeah, get Torp
supposedly.
But see, Kevin, Torp doesn't threaten to go out and make people in their 20s live shorter lives than he does. Torp, I've never seen Torp threaten anybody at all. So I just don't put that in the same. This Tommy character has a fascination with violence and tracking people down and getting paid to do that. And he's talked about me. And who's always here with him? Who's always here with good old Tommy's good old piece of shit spreadsheet dasher, Steve asking for 13 sluts. This is just, what are these guys doing? Like, this isn't about DoorDash, right? This isn't about human rights. This isn't about labor. Our little soiree here is about all of those things. What these folks are doing over here, this is just some kind of sick bullshit that's going on, is what that is. I'm still wondering Dad Dash is going to go from 13 to 14 sluts. I made a typo actually this morning, and he went to 14 sluts for a short time. I don't know. It's also been asking for 13 virgins. I think that's one of my favorites too. He is asking for a lot of things. He's asking for a lot of things. Asking for a lot of trouble often. You sure Dad Dash wasn't asleep? Things like, no, he was chuckling along just a minute ago. He was just yuckling along just seconds ago. I mean, he might, if he's narcoleptic. I don't know what Dad Dash is doing. See, this is the thing, DMF. This is the thing, DMF. Dad Dash never shows his face, man. This character is just it's just a bad acting character.
Not even talk about making threats and just don't even get around it.
Yeah, well, people apparently already doing legal action against people like me, Mr. Flex, Dad Dash. We've all supposedly got legal action coming. Okay?
And that's not a thing.
And but yeah, I will say that he did wish death upon me. And I just made a statement because yes, my bill was almost $60, and I left her a $30 tip. Okay, so go fuck yourself, brother. All right,
Hell yeah.
Mister, I don't.
What I'm saying, that's a good tip, dude. You banger. That was a banger. That's why we're working 7 days a week. That's what I want to argue towards. It's because there's a good amount of gamification.
Well, so here's the thing. This is a good transition. This is a good transition, DMF. This community is crazy. It's really not that crazy. What it is a community that was brought together by artificial intelligence, which is artificial insanity. This community was brought together by organized crime and fraud that were perpetrated against us as a community. So that's why we're together here in this space. That's why these people are watching this broadcast. They're here for a reason. So DMF, it maybe you, like Jared, thinks this is a little bit more of a game than it is. I show my face because this is what I do. I dedicate my life to writing about and working for civil rights. This is what I do. This isn't a game to me. It's not a business. It's literally who and what I am. It's what I do. And so my adult kids know that. They know this is who I am and what I do. My elderly parents know that this is who I am. This is what I do. If this is a game to you, if this is some kind of cosplay or WWE, whatever, that's fine. And that's fine. And maybe that's what is they're suggesting maybe that's what it is to Torp, and that Torp's been playing 7D chess all along, and he never cared about anything, and that this is just some big old Torp game. I think that's kind of what Jared D was insinuating. If that is the case for Torp, which I don't know because I don't know Torp personally. If that is the case for Torp, I can assure you that's not the case for me. I can assure you that's not the case for Brian, and I can assure you that's not the case for Thomas Glitch Schubeck, because I know each of those two gentlemen very, very well. Everyone else in the chat can speak for themselves as to whether that is or is not the case, of whether you're here for cosplaying or not. But you wouldn't be hanging out at this side of the aisle if you didn't care about humanity and survival and the future of the human race, because we do serious business here. We do it with a smile on our face, and we look at ridiculous people who sometimes threaten our lives or livelihoods, or lie to us, or make up obscene narratives, or gang stalk us in chats, or do whatever wacky stuff Flexi Pants and these other people are doing in the middle of the night. We deal with that and we laugh at that. Just like when I was in civil rights and I laughed at my trolls then too. They were less humorous trolls than they are in the gig space, much less humorous trolls, I'll tell you. Much less humorous trolls than in the gig space, but they were trolls nonetheless, right? And you can either live in fear or you can laugh. And so you say it's crazy to show your face. Well, okay, but I show my face because why would anybody believe that I had done 5,521 dashes in 3 different states over a period of 2 years, and then written a book for a year and a half if I was just somebody anonymous like this Dad Dash dipshit character over here, right? Who claims that he's going to come in and tell you anything about anything, but is just a blank slate whose story doesn't add up, right? If somebody was going to come to your house and tell you some story about how they were 1 year on YouTube and doing some things, and then you found out they'd been on YouTube for 3 years and done 515 videos, would you believe that that person was the person they originally told you that they were, or would you think maybe they were on some kind of they were had some other stuff going on? This is a nefarious character, and so for you to believe that this gentleman is who he believes he is, well, that's just you believing it. But see, he doesn't have a track record of public life like I do. And there's a reason I have a track record of public life. It's not that I love to be out in public, because I don't. I'm a very private, secluded person, but my integrity and my reputation and my education and my background in civil rights is what I have that makes me a valuable writer. There's a reason people choose to believe what I write, and that gives a lot of trust. It's because I use facts and evidence, and I've got a track record of doing that. I've got a track record of telling the truth, of working toward the good of humanity, of working toward peace and sustainability in our communities, and working for civil rights for all people, not just some people. So this is my life. Any of these clowns or you or anyone else could suggest that this is something else in any way, shape, or form you want. You can misstate the timelines of my life, as these folks often do. You can pretend that I was in Antifa, or that I was at the Capitol, or that I was, anything, or that I'm a shit lib. Doesn't matter, because none of those things are true. I'm an independent individual, an apolitical individual who believes that the entire lower caste, if you will, all of us here in the sewer and those of us around the world are all in the same plight. We've been sold out by the corporations, the politicians, the regulators, the cops. All of the people in power have sold us out. We're the people that are down here in the sewer to be exploited by artificial intelligence. That's us. So you don't have to buy my story, right? You can say, well, this guy's just full of shit. He's just telling us crazy stories, and he's got crazy ideas. But see, I'm not putting myself up as a leader. I don't walk around and go, hey, I'd like you to now call me King, Jeff Thomas Black, and I'm your born leader. I tell you the opposite. I'm not your leader. You're all the leaders of your own space. This is individual collective action of a bunch of equals. I'm not coming in here with an agenda to manipulate something. I'm not selling $49.99 hugs. I'm not offering opportunities to touch my hair, even though it is some of the better hair in the gig economy space, in the gig tube space. I do have some of the better hair. I have heard there's been many people that shared the opinion that my hair some of the hair in better hair in the gig tube space. Hey, Brian. Brian, we heard on this wonderful overnight broadcast from the Flexi Pants Lounge that you have left us. You have moved off on your own, Brian. There has been trouble in paradise, and our walls are crumbling. I hope. Oh, in fact, I actually, maybe you saw that. I typed, "Bye, Brian. Thank you, Brian, for your service. It's been great knowing you." No, you quit, Brian. You're missing the narrative. You're on yesterday's. Yesterday, you were the leader, Brian. Today, you left us. Gig Drive and Thrive, you do have excellent hair. You have excellent hair, but you're in a different age category. Like you got the like young, cool, young dad hair. I got like the old guy hair award. So we're in different categories. It's like a different weight class. You don't have to worry about it, Kevin. You're solid. You're solid. And you put fucking your driver Mike. You make your driver Mike is your hair bitch, Kevin. Your driver Mike is Kevin's hair bitch. In fact, I'm even gonna put that in the chat. In the chat, your driver Mike equals hair bitch of Kevin. All right, Kevin, you're going to want to get a screenshot of that. You're going to want to get a screenshot of that. Your driver Mike equals hair bitch of Kevin. There you go, Kevin. Man, your wife's gonna be all over you tonight, man. Your wife is gonna be all over you tonight. You're gonna have to come tell stories to the rest of us later. Tell us what it's like to be like a married man. You and Glitch Dash out there being married. Can I get a T-shirt? Yeah, you can get a T-shirt at some point. You can get a T-shirt at some point. I'm gonna get into the T-shirt business. We got too many things. We gotta have T-shirts. We need T-shirts. We need some kind of T-shirt effort. Put up a definition of coup de grace, apply the term totally to this situation. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. I will do that. Yeah, Brian, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let's look up the coup de grace. Let's look up the coup de grace, also known as a coup de grace. Coup de grace. Coup de grace. All right. Share this tab. Share this tab. We're gonna share this tab. The coup de grace. All right. We're gonna make me smaller, that bigger. Smaller me, bigger that. All right. Let's go. Zoom. What? That's not the one I wanted to do. I hate it when it does that. Okay. You hold on. I'm getting ready for you. All right. Oh, here we go. All right.
Coup de grace.
Coup de grace.
Coup de grace. Coup de grace.
Coup de grace.
Coup de grace. Coup de grace. Coup de grace.
Coup de grace. Coup de grace. A death blow delivered to end the misery of a mortally wounded victim. A death blow delivered to end the misery of a mortally wounded victim. That's hardcore. Yeah, coup de grace. Yeah. A finishing stroke of a divisive event. Yeah. So like if you were going to get whacked off, if somebody was going to whack you off, like the finishing stroke, like would just be like, that would be the decisive event. That would be the coup de grace of the whack off, would be the final blow. Final blow or shot given to kill a wounded person or animal. So I kind of put them out of their misery. Coup de grace. That's excellent. All right. A death blow to end the suffering of severely wounded person or animal. Mercy killing. This is depressing. This is very depressing. With or without the sufferer's consent. Okay. Well, it's we're gonna help you out. We're gonna help you out whether you want it or not. All right. That's dark. That's dark. I'm not gonna say it's not dark. It's true, but it's dark. It's dark and true. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of the coup de grace of that side of the aisle. Yeah, criminal justice. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a scary term in criminal justice, man. That's a scary term in criminal justice. I don't want no coup de. I've seen I've seen coup de grace in criminal justice. It's not a good. The glitch was the coup de grace of some creators' credibility. It was the death blow of a lot of them. And in fact, it actually really does apply to the Pedro, because Pedro was demonetized and already down, demotivated, bored with DoorDash by his own admission. And then this came out and just kaboom. It just blew the doors off, and Pedro was down and demonetized when that happened. And so it was really bad timing. And so, how did that happen? Well, that happened because Always Cherry Pick and UDM and Flexi Pants and the Pedro had little discussion groups going on, and it leaked out that this glitch was happening, and of course that Pedro was in on it, and Flexi Pants wanted it to stay silent, and Always Cherry Pick wanted the people to have that information. He didn't think that it was okay for some people to have it and for the rest of us to be sucking on that hind tit. So that's kind of the story of how the glitch came to be. But it was the coup de grace for the Pedro, because the Pedro was already down, and now Pedro is bored. Glitchgate's happened. There's no real good thing to do. He's trying to get into the cult business. He's selling the $49.99 hugs with the $20 hair touch and a $140 picture package. It's Jared. Don't be a stranger or anything. Thanks for coming in, Jared. I like I said, I'm honest with you, man. I'm a little bit disturbed. I know you were just hanging out, and you are not responsible for what the other people were saying. That's like holding me responsible for Cherry using hate speech when I'm in the room. So I'm not going to hold you responsible for what Tommy was saying or for what a dipshit dad dash is. But, just remember on this side of the aisle, Jared, that we're playing for keeps here. We're playing for keeps over on this side of the aisle. That's all we ask that you remember, Jared. We're playing for keeps. We ain't like Flexi Pants playing fast and loose with the facts. We're not like Tommy trying to tell people in their 20s we're going to make sure we live longer than they do. We're not chuckle fucks like Spreadsheet Dasher, Steve asking for 13 sluts. We're real people over here trying to get some real stuff done. That's what we're doing.
And I don't want to miss those big ones. I just don't. I don't.
And we appreciate you're a fan of the show, Jared D. We do appreciate that you're a fan of the show. We appreciate that you're a fan of the show. God bless you, Jared D. God bless the shit out of you and your entire family. God bless the shit out of you first, sir.
I don't want someone else to get them. Sorry.
Yeah, well, see, my thing is, I tell them I pay them for their time. Because usually I go watch a race or a football game or whatever it may be, and I sit there for 3 hours. And I'll spend $60, $70, $80 because I'll buy 20, 30 wings, or I'll buy 20 wings and some nachos. I'll drink 2 or 3 pieces of beer, And if I sit there for like tonight, I sat there for like an hour and a half, maybe. I drink 1 pitcher, slowly drink it. But, I always tip them between $40 to $60 for the time. I mean, 99% of the time, if I sit there for 3 hours and watch a race, my bill's going to be $60, $70. I'm going to tip you $40. It's like one day my grandbaby wanted to come up and eat. So my wife drove 25 minutes back to the house, picked her up, 25 minutes back, and I fed her. And I, instead of tipping $40, I tipped him $50 because he had to do a little extra work. He had to get her food, her drink, her whatever. So I tipped him extra $10 because she showed
Jesse
up.
asking you a question.
Yeah, Jesse said, Jared, what is your other community? Because I'm also from another community.
Motorized bicycles. I'm from the motorized bicycle community under Jared D. I posted a couple of videos for the outlaw dashing there just to have a channel, so it wasn't just a never been used. You know what? Everybody needs somebody to go troll back. You got to be able to go back and troll. If you trolled on someone, man, they deserve to have a channel so they can go fucking troll your ass back. He's got two troll videos.
Okay, I got a question, Jared.
Yeah.
When you say motorized bicycle,
gas engine.
Oh, so it does run off gas, kind of like a moped?
Yes, kind of like a moped, exactly. We'll call it a moped then.
Okay, but the reason why I was asking was because when I was younger, I had a bicycle that you had to pedal, but it had like a little motor on it.
Yeah.
And when you pedaled it and got it going so fast, the motor would kick in and it would just go. You didn't have to pedal no more.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking.
That's what I'm using.
But I don't. But mine did not require no gas. I don't know if it's like some electrical thing or something.
Oh, I.
That's magical.
What do you mean? Electrical? It's magical.
Yeah, it didn't require no gas or nothing. It was like if you pedaled it fast enough, it's like the motor would. It's like the pedals would kick on.
But maybe if you stopped pedaling, the bicycle would stop though, and that'd be like, you know, like maybe only the pedaling was working. I'm just kind of trying to do the math here, you know.
No, I mean you pedal fast enough, the motor would kick in, and you just sit back and ride.
Yeah, but mine's a gas engine.
But once you stop pedaling, then the motor would stop.
I don't know.
No, you would pedal it fast enough for the motor to kick in, and you just sit back and ride.
And no gas?
No gas. If you stopped, then you had to pedal it up again, and when the motor kicked in, you just sit back and ride again.
So it had like a little dynamo thing on the wheel, I guess. So
this is magical.
I know, but what it sounds like, it had like a dynamo on the wheel. So if the wheel spins fast enough, it will charge the motor, and then the motor will kick in, and then the motor will spin off the dynamo, charging the motor.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it was, but everybody I worked with thought I was fucking crazy, and we literally
that's what it sounds like.
And we had a job. And we had a job that was like 15 minutes from my house. So I said, look, guys, when we go on lunch break, I'm going to go home. I'm going to bring it back. So I went home. I drove that motherfucker back over there, and they thought I was crazy. I said, get on it and try it. And they did the same thing. You pedal it fast enough. And once
Did you make a video?
Did you make
I was like fucking 20-something. I wasn't even on YouTube.
Fucking didn't ever happen. Shit, you know the rules.
What was the name of it? Look it up. Google it, because that's probably what it is. It probably has like a dynamo thing.
It was a Sears or Roebuck Synco motor that was a 2-stroke. I know what it was that he had. It wasn't.
Okay, well that was excruciating. That was excruciating and somewhat enjoyable. Mostly excruciating, also somewhat enjoyable, but mostly excruciating. So we're gonna have a little palate cleanser here because we got a long night ahead. We got a long night ahead. It's Motivational Monday. If we don't have motivation today, we're never gonna have it. It's the only day that starts with an M. Remember that. It's the only day that starts with an M. If you don't have motivation on Mondays, you're just not gonna have motivation. There's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing I can do for you. So we're going to have a little bit of Monday motivational music on Motivational Monday. This is a podcast I did not very long ago with a friend of mine who's in the music business and is a very talented person in the music business. And I think you're going to enjoy it a lot. And we're going to have a little palate cleansing. We're going to be talking to Tony Shu later. We're going to have an interview live with Tony Shu. Live interview with Tony Shu coming up. So you're not going to want to miss that. But, you know, you can listen to some music. You can get yourself some nachos. You can get yourself a hot dog or two. You could get yourself some beef if you're Matthew Arredondo, some chicken if you're Stephen Arrow. You get yourself just some snacks and just come right back here, hear a little bit of music. Then we're going to be talking live to Tony Shu. Live to Tony Shu, CEO of DoorDash. Tell your friends, call your mother-in-law, Everyone, tell everyone you know, everyone you know, everyone you know. Hello, friends. I know Jesse packs an audience always, so it's great to have everybody here. Welcome to episode 19 of the Full Dash Closure audiobook and podcast. My name is Jeff Thomas Black. I write stuff and I also do this podcast, and I'm a huge music fan. I'm also a huge fan of words, and there's a guy who throws words and music together in a way that is pretty unique for any time, and certainly for these days. I'd say he's kind of a new breed of protest music that I truly appreciate. And funny enough, I'm going to tell you how I met Jesse, because the first song that he plays for us is going to be the song that I first heard of his. So he has a song called Powerless, which he's going to play. That's off of an album called The Grift. And we just had the 1-year anniversary of Jesse releasing The Grift. It's a great album. Congratulations, Jesse.
Thank you.
And when I listened to this song virtually knocked me out of my chair. It said, they'll kindly pay you by the hour for a minute or so. They'll gladly pay you by the hour for a minute or so. And I thought, wow, if that's not a musical phrase that describes the entirety the world's gig economy, I don't know what it is, because the gig economy fractionalizes human beings and pays them by the minute, and then considers them free excess slavery on the side when they're not being used by the minute. So I thought Jesse's song was really profound, and Jesse went on another show and played it, and he actually said, hey, this guy wrote me today and he liked my quote. It just made my day. And so Jesse and I have been fast friends for the last year as he continued to pump out music, and I continued to pump out whatever I pump out. So welcome, Jesse. And I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourself, and then I'll let you go into Powerless.
All right.
And sing us a song here.
Find my pick here.
So who is Jesse Jett? Obviously, you're a musician, recording artist, and some labels call you a spoken word artist. Labels don't really matter to me.
What's really interesting, someone showed me the other day that if you search me on Google, it classifies me as comedy, spoken word, other. I'm like, you know what? I'll take comedy. I don't see a lot of comedy.
I'm a big gallows humor guy. So you're dark comedy.
Not that I don't try to have some dark comedy, but it's nice that they picked up on that. You know, I'm in my Tom Lehrer arc. So I've been a musician my whole life.
Yeah.
I started playing out in bars and clubs, doing originals and covers at about 14. It wasn't until 2020 that I really did anything with the political writings that I had, other than just kind of bust them out at gigs that were slow. You know, I had written plenty politically, but not exclusively. Really, 2020 quarantine and getting laid off of my job. I knew I had a job to come back to. I didn't know how long it was going to be. And I was lucky enough to be able to get on unemployment. So I was like, well, what better time than now to write about everything that's going on and start home recording, you know, out of necessity. I still do everything on GarageBand. Those first few albums was a little Shure mic that can plug into an iPhone, and my iPhone in my car. And that's what I did. Everything up until the Grift. Grift was the first thing that I recorded right here on an iPad and a slightly better mic. But I wouldn't trade that setup for the world. I can take that and record a sample anywhere of anything, any ambient sounds I want to use, you know, shouts at protests and stuff like that. It's just really nice to be able to get. But yeah, once I found Twitter and started sharing the couple things I had written with kind of politically like-minded people and people that were just as fed up as I was really overwhelmed to see what a positive response there was and how many other people were right there with me, you know? So it was the most satisfying experience I've had as a musician or artist my whole life. really. These last couple of years, the recognition that I've gotten from, little music groups and, a couple nods on some like top 10 lists from publications that focus on political music, that means the world. It really does. It's been very surreal to get that kind of feedback, and from people like you, that reach out, that know what we're up against, and can connect with my lyrics. It's the most incredible, fulfilling, humbling thing I could have ever experienced. So it's still surreal to be doing this, but it's an absolute joy. Subject matter aside, I think Google knows me that I try to find the comedy in everything.
So you still have a day job, correct?
I do, yeah.
And
yep.
I think
I drive a forklift.
Very hard for the man, right?
I drive.
What's the rest of your life look like, as much as you feel comfortable
I
sharing?
mean, I drive a forklift about 40 hours a week, and my wife and I have a son who's close to 7, so a lot of my evening time is Mario and water balloons and Pokemon and just the joys of being a dad. And I have quite a few songs where I talk about staring down, the future that we're looking at, and raising a child, and those kind of moments of like, how honest do I want to be, and how soon with him about how the world really is, and kind of how better off am I for what I know. If I had it all to do over again, if I could flip that switch off, would I? As my friend Misty likes to say, once you know, you can't unknow. That's very true. I think everyone, you hit that point where all of a sudden it's like, boy, wish I could forget some of that stuff, but it's just not going anywhere.
That's right. So when you're sharing your music with your son, and obviously that changes your life, just to look at the fact that even beyond you, there's going to be somebody else that you care about in this world, probably much more than yourself. And for me, I have adult children, but that's still a very great concern, because they're younger adult children, and I'd love them to live their long natural lifespan. It's a very scary time right now with the type of music that you write. How do you play that around your son, or how do you kind of, what part of that do you share with them? Because it's an interesting subject matter. I can say, my adult kids still probably can't handle most of my writing. Our kids are not supposed to like what we do, right? So this is all good. This is all good. But
it's so delicate, and as he gets older, if anything, there are an awful lot of lines where I think he'll be able to tell, if he ever chooses to go back and listen, where I'm kind of talking to him. That it kind of could be to anyone for the listener, but some of those moments of like, this is how it is, I tend to preface with saying honey. And it works because it's kind of a double edge. If you want it to be you being kind of patronizing to someone who doesn't get it, starting it off with honey works. If you're talking to your kids, starting it off with honey works. So there are a few little moments that I think he'll recognize later on when he's ready. As is, there are some times that he'll hear me singing something or working on something, and he'll show some interest. And I've explained a few basic concepts to him, more than like, here's my song. Like, I'm writing a song right now that's about medical costs and how ludicrous they are. And for a kid that's 6, it's so basic. It was one day he said, well, it doesn't make sense that they would make things so expensive that are the things you need just to live. See, you get it. There you go. There are very basic things like that, those kind of human necessity things that make so much sense to a kid. And there are times too that he's been like, Dad, what's the government, or what's it, whatever. And I'll look at my wife, I'll be like, honey, do you want to take this one? maybe when he's a little older, we'll do round 2 with me, but like, maybe you kick him off, But it's a case by case basis for sure, song by song. It's also hard because the songs that are the most about him, like on the album Everyone Who Disagrees with You is an Extremist, there's a song called Blocking the Light that is very specifically about that, about shielding him from the truth until I feel like he's ready. And I get so emotional. I can't record those songs without breaking down, And I was like, I'm not going to do it until that's dead. I'm going to record it if I can get through it. And you can hear me kind of choke and catch my breath and keep going. For him, when he hears that, what he hears more than the words is the emotion. And you can tell it kind of stresses him out to hear me that worked up. So until he's a little older and can really get the context, I feel like it's just a little bit too much too soon.
It obviously is too much. It's kind of too much for all of us.
It's too much for me. Yeah, it is. It very much is.
But that's the world that we live in, and we're not very far removed from being having our grade school kids hide under their desks for the nuclear bomb that is coming. So I mean, we've long been terrified by the potential for the end of the world as we know it, and we're probably closer today than we've ever been in the history of humanity, and it's shameful and terrifying. How about you play us a great song called Powerless?
Let's do it. This song, I'm so happy that it got the life that it's gotten to have, because I don't have a lot of really hopeful, positive ending note kind of songs, but this is one of those, because I do think at some point that feeling of powerlessness leads to the anger or drive you need to finally get up and get pissed and get heard, and
it's a really visceral song too, right? I mean, it starts off with the anger that we have for feeling powerless, and then it sums up with the question of whether we are powerless or not. So Jesse Jett from the album called The Grift, this is Powerless.
They'll gladly pay you by the hour for a minute or so you can sign off on the towers where they'll piss on your home. And if you feel like you're just powerless to answer them no, it's 'cause you are. They'll gladly pay you by the hour for a minute or so you can sign off on the towers where they'll piss on your home. And if you feel like you're just powerless to answer them no, it's 'cause you are. It's 'cause you are. They'll gladly stagnate a living wage, snap the chains and bury it. Labor slaves in rusty cages dragged behind a chariot that's led by Mr. Racial Jungle, Joseph R. Iscariot, fighting over scraps as they barrage us all with variants and BuzzFeed clickbait straight until we're paralyzed, trying to distract us from the concentration camps that Joe had swore he'd close but only chose to amplify, where they got 50-something kids in cages made for 5 to occupy. And no, she hasn't seen the camps, but Harris swears they're paradise. Then she tells us the facilities are safe, and that right down to the women, they are regularly sterilized. Then she throws her head back and she proceeds to laugh, that sort of heartless cackle you'd expect from someone working steadfastly on behalf of the virus at a Congress full of parasites. And where was I? See, I was busy cashing every blue check, demonstrating plainly all the narratives expected from the verified. I was busy breeding verbal leeches by the terabyte. I trained them to exsanguinate the wealthy while they sleep at night, bleed the oil barons dry and barren, say they showed us how to share and now we share alike. Tell them I contracted rabies from a feral mite, and now I'm just another species losing sleep to noise pollution and these glaring lights. forced to change its habits and adapt to just survive. Well, now it's safe to say that some of us are thriving in the moment, throwing shit on presidential homes beneath the Paris skies. So if you feel like you're just powerless, I guess you bought the lie. But I can tell they're petrified of our collective might, 'cause I can hear those gentrifiers weeping at the sight of our collective rights. And I only can imagine the intensifying fear of knowing revolution's near. And all that's left to do is simply wallow in the thick anticipation of a rabid bite. And baby, one day you can ask your leaders just what that was like before you grab a slice. See, if you think you're powerless, allow me now to change your mind. Honey, if you think you're powerless, allow me now to change your mind. You see, they'll pay you hourly, tax them each apart, and build a shining tower out of loopholes and cards, and tell you that you're powerless to keep you in the dark, because you aren't. Because we aren't. You see, they'll pay you hourly, tax them each apart, and make you build a shining tower out of loopholes and cards, where they'll tell you that you're powerless to keep you in the dark, because you aren't. Because we aren't. And that's powerless.
I'm going to clap on behalf of the audience.
Thank you, man. Seriously, thank you.
For a fact thank you, Jesse. That was amazing.
Thank you.
That's truly inspired, and it's such a graphic description of towers towering over residential homes, while the trickle-down economics falls on the roofs.
Yep.
And so, you know, the trickle-down economics has always been piss, and it's piss now.
It's so funny. Every time I do that song, it's hard not to laugh trying to sing the word piss that gently and pretty.
Right.
I have to pretend it's not the word piss, or I'll just start giggling like a 12-year-old. Like,
I know. You know, when I raised my oldest son on music, and you know, I had to explain to him that Frank Zappa was going to use a lot of words mommy couldn't hear.
Yep.
only Dad and Ryan could hear these words. But it was art. It was art, which is different than what you say at Grandma and Grandpa's house. Gotcha? So, you know.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Well, hey, you know, to this day, he's like you, a fabulous musician and songwriter. So that's a good thing.
Thank you.
So, Jesse, you sometimes write about your day job. You write about labor. You write about some of the frustrations of making ends meet. You're, I don't know that you're a super young guy. You're a hell of a lot younger than me, and you've got a 7-year-old kid. You've got a wife. How are you making ends meet these days? And what kind of challenges does one of the things I love about you is that you're a blue collar guy driving a forklift and then writing protest songs. And so when that forklift's going to come in really useful during the protest, I'm going to party with you and the forklift. That's a different story. So tell us about the day-to-day work of being a dad and a breadwinner, along with your wife, of supporting your son.
I mean,
I want to hear it, man.
Boy, making ends meet, you know. If there's one positive to riding so close to the poverty line, is that I never feel like I'm speaking outside of my own experience when I'm writing this stuff. You know, there's no level of like imposter syndrome when you're talking about that fear of being so close to you know, every losing everything. I mean, we are lucky to have a little money in the bank, but it's one of those things where you look at what you got in the bank, you're like, Christ, I hope nothing happens to the car. You know, it's just one of those. Like most people, you are one emergency, maybe two away from being cleaned out. And every time you get a little bit of headway, you know, or feel like you're doing well, is you're not saving. You know, my job a couple times sent some people in to talk to us about like finances, send a financial advisor. And I was like, I hate to, I'm, not to speak out of turn here, but the problem isn't that we have all of this disposable income and we just don't know what to do with it. We make less than $20 an hour. What the fuck do you think we're going to do? So,
yeah, I bet you're a real problem in the office.
I try to be. It's tough because there are times where I don't want to be a total hypocrite. I don't want to just go Eddie Haskell. And I have been the unnecessary voice of reason more times than I'm sure they would have liked. But there are times where I've said, like, hey, if all you can do is a pizza party, maybe don't. Maybe it's more of a slap in the face. Hey, those cookies, you're bringing them with a smiley face. It's giving the opposite message here, things like that.
Unfortunately, Dilbert creator Scott Adams turned out to be a dipshit fascist. But besides that, besides that fact, Dilbert had a little part to play in our culture. And
for sure.
It did show the absurd side of the corporate offices. I remember in my corporate career where the executives would have a conference call by webcam from the same building. That was always heartwarming.
Yep.
To me.
That happens. I'll go in to get coffee. And I'll hear 3 different people in their offices with the door shut, and I can hear the echo of one another's conversation. So I know they're all talking to each other.
Their doors are locked. They're not getting in either. Yeah. So there's just bizarre stuff like that is so far away. I mean, it's like your 7-year-old son, right? It takes only a pure thought that's uncorrupted to clearly understand it makes no sense.
And
right?
one thing I love,
civil rights and human rights. That's what I love about it. It's like people are born with this basic knowledge of rights because they're human themselves, right? I mean, we know that it hurts if we touch something hot, then we know it's going to hurt if somebody else touches something hot. We know that we bleed if we touch something sharp. We know if we put something sharp, somebody else is going to hurt somebody else. So,
exactly.
I mean, there is an intuitive feedback system built into our bodies and our cultures.
Yeah.
But I think that one of the tragic parts about technology today and artificial intelligence that steals our consciousness in particular is that we lose those senses. We lose that ability to understand the very most basic elements of being and existing and living in the present moment, because the rest of it's just an illusion at best.
Yep. And it's so true. I mean, my son is, he's in kindergarten, and obviously they're not covering any of these kind of issues yet. And I'm going to beat them to it. But the first time we're in West Michigan, and we were in Grand Rapids once, and there was a little flat span of concrete going up these steps, and it had all these sharp bumps on it. And he was like, "What are those spikes?" I was like, "That's anti-homeless architecture, honey." And I'm like explaining to him, why we have that. And it's so hard to wrap your brain around. Like, if these people they don't have a home, why would you do something to try to make life worse for them? Like, that's the most absurd alien concept to wrap your brain around,
That's so tired and hungry. People can't sleep at night.
Exactly.
That's so we can torture humans.
Yep.
That's what it's for.
When they're that young, there's all those layers of bullshit excuses as to why that has to be, that makes us accept that hasn't been caked on him yet. Utah Phillips said it really well. He said, when we give our kids up to public school builds in all these little wires and levers and buttons. And as soon as you're out in the workforce, they can pull those buttons and push those levers. They can do all that shit through media and elicit whatever response they want for or against whatever they're doing. It's already hardwired in you. And they just go, "Oh, here's why it's okay that we're sending cluster bombs." And you go, "Oh, it's actually okay that we're sending cluster bombs." Like, you just stormtrooper wipe them and just like fucking Jedi mind trick. Hey, this is actually fine. You go, "Oh, okay."
You have to, it's new math. If half the cluster bombs are defective, then how many cluster bombs are you actually sending?
It's Common Core, right? Isn't that what's Common Core?
I don't know. Yeah, it's a new math. It's a new math. You have to extend it to product life cycle and supply chain now.
I do and don't want to actually flesh out the whole equation for that.
Right. Yeah. No, We could do it. We could do it on paper. What song are you going to play us next, Jesse?
Ooh, I'm thinking deep hop culture.
Okay.
This is yeah, gosh, I love this song. This is one of those that as soon as I first played it acoustic, I'm like I already enjoyed the song a lot, writing and recording it. I did a few little vocal things musically in the song to kind of give it some little extra background vocals that I usually don't do and stuff. And I feel like the song is really a lot better off for it. So, ooh, there's a good album title for you, Common Core War Crimes. With Professor Kissinger.
Still with us.
God damn, how is that?
Old friends. Old friends, like the Simon Garfunkel song.
Right.
Take it away.
Okay,
Jesse.
so this is off of the album Everyone Who Disagrees With You Is an Extremist. This is called Deep Hop Culture.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, but still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to save. And when they told you everything was safe, you safe. You say. I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days and still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to save. And when they told you everything was safe, you were safe. Oh, you were safe. Because you're fresh off the mess, the brand new cancerous growth, who has come here to vie for your vote. Come here to cry at the camps and to mourn at the shore for the bodies that float by the wreck of an immigrant boat. Then it's back to their luxury home, couple security booths and a moat, couple cigars, little escargot, little booze and a soak. They just breathe in the steam and the smoke. They got pink salt, lavender, candles are low. Shit, when you do what you do, gotta lighten the load. And they got a life of their own, there's a sight to behold. It's a lot to control, to decipher the chord or to siphon the soul. See, the cost of a good night's sleep for the working elite is a bargain, no matter the toll. And it's worth any wager, and that comes straight from the mouth of the means to the goal that will swallow us whole. It's ripe for the picking if you don't mind mold, and you know I don't. Maybe we're pleasantly prone, maybe we're taking a licking, compliantly ticking and ticking and ticking, but never explode. See, I don't deliver the prettiest image, but damn if it isn't an accurate vision of a natural fission of rage at the system and abject heartbreak, patiently waiting for any who will listen. That little blue bird who is watching your words is a federal carrier pigeon. That's a Langley first. It's a patient observer who hears what it wants and is trained for the worst. Oh, you got nothing to hide? Well, they'll be the ones to decide that after they root through your purse, after they read all your texts, after they raid your apartment and confiscate all of its contents, conjure up evidence out of the air on a wing and a prayer and malicious intelligence nonsense. Where any presumption of innocence long since gone, right along with your comfort and constance. See, historically first we will come for the communists. So why in the fuck would I say I'm a communist? Well, it might be I love my community more than the monsters of opulence who are holding us hostage, who are vomiting promises. Might be I'm all done seeing our populace being disarmed in the guise of an armistice. Might be I'm all done watching the populace, watching a woman collapse on the floor who will rise no more. She's wheeled out the door and you're next in line for the pharmacist. See if you can get me to vote. It's a hard no confidence. But part of the charm of deception is politics wearing the mask of incompetence. It's all in the art of austerity, darling. It's all in the slide of the providence. Until home is as wide as your cubicle height, and it's only as deep as the coffin is. Maybe I'm miles away from impatience, aching to break off the head of the snake where the capital lust, reptile brain, and the margin of profit is. Like off with his. Like off with his. Guess this isn't such an awful place. Not what you want me to say. You prove it's possible to sleep for days and to still think you're right here awake. Cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to save when they told you everything was safe. You say.
Wow, Jesse, great stuff, man.
Thank
Excellent. That's wonderful. Yeah, I mean, this is intense stuff. Do you get angry? I mean, so I mean, okay, so hold on. So when you watch a great singer sing, you could tell like they're living the lyrics, right? They're not singing. It's very, very different than karaoke, right?
For sure.
The difference is like this mental process behind it. So you're talking about stuff like if I read some of my stuff that is like your stuff, I get pissed off.
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
So what kind of emotions are you going through when you do this stuff? I mean, it must be cathartic, I guess.
It's for sure. You know, and it's funny you said that. When I first started doing this, and I wasn't doing a lot of shows. I had done a couple of interviews here and there, got to come on and perform one piece, you know. It was super cathartic to get to go and record it. The recording process, you know, getting that out was always super satisfying. The first time I sat down and did like a whole stream, playing 10 songs, 11 songs, reading a whole record, it's beyond heavy. It's like I mean, again, the lyrics haven't lost their potency for me. If anything, unfortunately, it's usually a little bit more accurate after about a year. I'm like, shit, that's still going on. That's even worse, you know? So the connection is still just as strong, if not stronger. Doing an hour of this music feels like you were just in some sort of like therapy counseling. Like it is heavy. It feels like you've been ranting and, you know, going through some really heavy emotions for a while. Like,
but you're not an angry guy. Like you're one of the more friendly, affable, like easygoing guy. I bet you're a wonderful, fun dad and husband. I mean, so you're not an angry guy. How do you keep your positive side and maybe I'm going to answer and your sense of humor with facing all this darkness?
I think because I have this. If I didn't have somewhere I could put this down and so many people that listened to it and connected with me on that, then I would feel like I was you know, in my own weird little bubble and no one got what I saw.
Yeah, so Cynic girl made a comment that I'm thinking as well. I mean, she said it's prophetic, and you seem to have a song or a piece for every issue. It certainly reminds me of how I see my writing as well. That it's just I'm just consumed by it. You're an activist, right? These are protest songs. I mean, at the end of the day, you're kind of you're a musician, but I mean, your message is even before your music, right?
Absolutely,
nobody's going to come to hear you play guitar because they're they love
for sure. And for a long time,
right?
that's what I was. I was just singer, and it was all about showcasing my voice and highs and my range and all that, and it's fun, but it's such a different experience from having someone come up and say, hey, you sang that song beautifully that I have known my whole life. And, it is what it is. Or when someone connects with me on this. And I've said before, like I have I mean, Twitter follower count now, so many of them are bots, but I have a really strong, close group of people that have supported my music and stuck with me through a lot. And it is worth more than 20 times that number of people supporting music that I didn't have this connection to. If I was writing the same kind of songs I was writing, you know, in 2015, I liked them. They were fun songs, but I was just writing singer-songwriter stuff, just music, you know. I want everyone to like it and enjoy it and sing it. And now it's way more fun to try to take something like Powerless, for instance, where I really wanted to have a song that the melody was a considerable thought. I wanted something that would get stuck in people's heads, but the chorus only really happens in the beginning. So if you want it again, motherfucker, you got to start the song over, you know? I've really tried a little more recently on the last couple albums to think a bit more about trying to make it a little more approachable in spite of the lyrical content. You're not going to get someone who has no interest in what you're talking about to come hang out and listen. But people that might be on the fence, if you can catch them with a little melody or a little beat that they're intrigued by, I like the idea of trying to use a little bit of pop sensibilities to lure people and bait them a bit more. But it is a very conscious decision of, do you want to make music that will get streams, or do you want to make music that people will bring up the lyrics and sit and read the lyrics and like see a line and be like, I want that on a fucking sign as I'm standing outside a bank that's on fire. Like that's my kind of people.
What have your live shows been like, and where have you been able to do live shows? And
so far, every place I've gotten to play this music live has been at a protest, or I did one of the CPI event in Chicago, and I actually got to perform the piece I wrote about Tara Reid, like with her in the audience, and I only cried once, so that was a win in my book.
Right.
But it's been interesting. There's a really popular open mic in town, and a couple years ago, I popped in and I was like, I'm gonna go spring a few of these songs on people that don't know what they're in for, and I was really blown away by what a positive response I got from people. Even people, there were a couple guys that I saw giving me the look, and I'm like, oh, that guy's gonna want to have words afterwards. They came up and shook my hand. I'm like, that's the shit I scream at my TV, you know? Like, people are a little more fed up than I gave them credit for. And I said in the beginning when I came up to the stage, I said, my name is Jesse Jett. I am not here to represent any political party or any politician. I want you to know that you deserve much, much better, and there's no reason you shouldn't have it. And then I played my stuff, you know,
right.
Because if you're talking about basic issues with people, it is just about as simple as when I'm talking to my son about it. It's as soon as you bring up a political party or a person, they have some reason to get inflamed, and then they start fighting, you know, because that's what we've been trained to do. But if you just talk about how badly we're getting screwed in this country, people from all across the spectrum will agree with you and you will be on board. And there's a reason they tell people that it's impolite to talk politics, because we don't figure that out. We don't compare notes and realize we've got a whole hell of a lot more in common.
Well, this is the old thing. They write about it a lot more now, but about workers not speaking about their salaries and compensation plans and everything. And so this was always the case, because they didn't want people to know that different people were being paid vastly different amounts for the same job, whether they be male and female, whether they be young and old, whether they be newer employees and older employees. You know, it's a big thing. Like, you get some sucker that'll work for you for 20 years and you never give him raises, but you'll hire the new kid. You know, you'll hire the new kid out of college at more than you're paying him, because that's the market. And so, you know, it's so despicable when you look at it, where, you know, it's just corporations again. It's like the gig economy. It's corporations playing one-on-one against every worker on the planet. Just working to destroy them from every angle. And, you know, it's not hyperbole anymore. I think that's one of the things maybe with your music that I also see a little bit in common with my writing about full dash closure and about the gig economy, is that maybe a year ago people would say I had some conspiracy theories about it, or I was kind of pushing the edge of decorum in criticizing them. That's no longer the case, right? These guys are now the jig is up, right?
Yep.
It's just organized crime, and
Yep.
I see the same thing with a lot of your songs and lyrics that you're kind of talking about things that are in process of happening. And now here we are today. What's an example of a song that you've written just recently that kind of reflects the changes that you're seeing?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, I had one of the pieces on the Grift, Ecosphere, made mention of Neuralink, Elon Musk's brain implant company, that they were undergoing, primate trials, and they were eyeing human trials. And I had talked about that, and just a couple of weeks ago, there was a big announcement that they were, human trials are underway now, and there are so many things that when I first started writing about them, especially the coming of spring, I wanted that to be kind of sci-fi, a little dystopian, like let's peek a little into the future and see what do I think Elon and Jeff will be doing, in 20 years. Nothing that I came up with felt like it wasn't already in progress. No matter how far I tried to reach, no matter how despicable of a humanity warping, blood sucking device they could come up with, it all felt like it's already in one of their notebooks. It's already been blueprinted. It's so whatever the worst thing I could conceive of, like I'm sure someone's beaten me to it, and they're like, well, shit, if it'll make money, why not? So there are some things that I write, and I have a little sense of like, betcha I'm calling this one early. And there are other lines I write, I'm like, Christ, I hope I'm wrong about this. Like, I really want to be wrong about the majority of my lyrics. I would love to be wrong about this stuff. Lately,
I think people often mistake writing, whether it be song lyrics or whether it be essays or commentary, they mistake the writer's words for the writer's desires and hopes and thoughts. Which is very, 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 very different things.
Very different.
Rarely. Well, first of all, what we really want and hope is not the concern of the world. It's our little concern, right? So that wouldn't take us very far. But the seeing things for what they are without a bias is, that's really what we need to get to. And I love that about your music, that it's unvarnished, right? We're not trying to use, in fact, you kind of go to great lengths with your vocabulary, not to just use euphemisms, but to detail out sometimes in very harsh language what you're trying to say. What's the next song that you're going to play for us that's gonna rock our little world?
You led pretty well into that. This is this next song is off of Inauguration Gift, and this is Red Pilled. This was a piece about realizing that I was already a little too far down the rabbit hole to enjoy a lot of the things I used to enjoy the same. A lot of music and movies and shows, I start seeing the hidden ads. I start seeing the anti-Russia propaganda. I start seeing the, everything. And then realizing like, oh God, like you're too far gone. You've crossed that Rubicon a long time ago. You didn't notice there was not a sign, but you are here. And this was one of those songs that, this was very much written for Jesse, and if no one else liked it, I would have still been happy. And I've really been really touched with how much this song. There are an awful lot of people that were like, "Oh man, me too!" Like
Jesse is your little boy's name?
No, my little boy's name is Fox.
Oh, okay. You said it was written for. Or did I mishear you?
Oh, yeah, I think you might have misread that. Sorry.
Okay. Very good. Well, let's hear. This is going to be Red Pilled by Jesse Jett.
All right. Oh, there we go. I was trying to think. Did I say that? I did. Yes. Written just for Jesse. Like if I was the only one that gave a shit about this song, I would have been just fine with that.
Okay, got you. So well, yeah, you know, you had
my short-term memory is garbage, Jeff.
Okay, so you had me questioning my own sanity, but yeah, that's okay, man. Gaslight away.
I like to gaslight the host of shows that I'm on.
It's
my signature.
I didn't say anything. Here. All right, I forgive you.
I think I liked it better being blind when I couldn't read between the lines. Couldn't see the cracks in the structure that lay bare before me the whole time. I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. Thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. Both bleed us so dry. My favorite songs don't hit the same way. I'll get to the end of a 4-minute track and I'm only looking back thinking, what did they actually say? So then I try to sit down with my wife and watch TV, but I just see propaganda elevating the police in the simplest of sitcom banter. Those tiny little altars full of offerings to corporate masters in every well-planned wide pan shot of the name brand stocking up the pantry. Pull back, one long tracking shot out to the garage to the logo on the Camry. To a nice tight shot of the Camry, close-up view of the Camry, slow pan up on the Camry, long slow zoom to the unmoving human who's up in the front with the tube pumping fumes to him straight from the back of the Camry. Ashamed he just could not provide for himself, let alone for his family. See, it's a blue pill mindset that spent 2020 making dance beats. Liked it better being blind when I couldn't read between the lines. I couldn't see the cracks in the structure that lay bare before me the whole time. And I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. Thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. Both bleed us so dry. See, ignorance is bliss, which explains why a lot of us are so fucking happy. Quick to take the trip for all its trappings. Never one to ask what's up, what's going on, or God forbid what's happening. A lot of us would strap into the ride and spit right in the eye of the guy whose job it is to strap your fastening. See, maybe we're all born with that capacity. Maybe each of us comes standard with humor, compassion, malice, and audacity. Cause some of us are blind to the system, but some see it fine and say this is how it has to be. Some of us can stare wide-eyed at a nationwide human catastrophe, only offering platitudes and recipes. And God, I wish that I could tell myself nothing's worth obsessing past my everyday necessities. I wish that I could cry fake news over anything that threatened me, tune out our abuses and consume a little levity. I wish that I could offer up my son a smoother destiny. Wish I had some better lessons for how best to answer questions on the things I've been perpetually questioning. But I'm too busy looking at our leaders, wondering what I might be missing from their messaging. I'm trying to find the reasoning to let 250,000 people meet an early reckoning. And even though I know the truth, it's hard to swallow something that's so literally sickening. Hope Hope is ever dwindling, COVID ever beckoning. Winter slows your breathing, but your pulse is ever quickening. Even though I know the truth, it's hard to keep listening. See, I'm done with my epiphany. My innocence is blistering. I'd like to think I'd taste the earth before I'd ever kiss the ring. It's hard to speak the truth and harder still to keep listening. I think I liked it better being blind, when I couldn't read between the lines. Couldn't see the path of destruction that lay bare before me the whole time. And I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. Thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. Both bleed us so dry.
And that's Red Pill.
I'm going to give you another. You have beautiful voice. You have beautiful voice, Jesse.
Thank you, man. Seriously.
You know,
you.
for a spoken word artist, you can really sing like a bird, man.
Well, you know, comedy will always be my first love, Jeff. But
mine too. I tell people I'm really a frustrated stand-up comic. I just write. Really. That's what else is there to do? What else is there to do besides comedy at this point?
Right.
That was a beautiful song. So what plans do you have? So I'm going to tell our friends on the stream here, we're going to be doing what's called a raid on Twitch, which means that we're going to just change the channel of time.
It'd be a matter of finding places that would have me. Last project I put out was in March, and that was a spoken word collection, primarily about the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. It was called "And Then the Sky Slammed Shut," and I've been taking it a little slower since then. I really wanted to take my time and put out another full music project that's like on par with the Grift in terms of like track listing. Mm-hmm. I have actually been writing quite a lot in the last couple days that kind of back in the upswing. So right now it's just the early, probably 3 or 4 pieces written, an awful lot of great samples that I'm grouping together for this one. But I'm hoping to have it done before the end of the year. I'm not giving myself too harsh of a deadline on it, but yeah,
I don't think the world pays either you or me enough to have harsh deadlines. That's one of the really good parts of independent media. Maybe the best part is your deadline. Screw you. I'll do when I want to.
And that's Cynic and Indy that does my show with me at Indie News Network. He mentioned, he was like, I made a playlist on Spotify of your stuff, and it's 8 hours long, so you can take your time. You've got stuff out. Like, it's not like you haven't been writing shit. So.
That's right. Well, that's excellent. Are you able to? I think your main home is Bandcamp. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where all my stuff is available for free download. Obviously, you can name
and
the price.
And that's linked in the YouTube show notes. That's Bandcamp's linked in there.
And then it's on Spotify, Amazon Music, YouTube, pretty much anywhere. So,
but if people actually want you to make money, Bandcamp's the best one, right? If people would like artists to earn money.
And Bandcamp is the only place that has my my Nuclear Fallout 1950s doo-wop project. Which is a fun little 15-minute jaunt.
Wow!
I highly recommend.
How very Frank Zappa of you,
right? I highly recommend drinking some bourbon in your car and being your own barbershop quartet. It's super fun.
Check it out.
You do your highest first, already. And the more you drink, you do your deeper and deeper. So you're really sloppy for the dip, 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 dip part. Then it's the Wild West, man. That's fun.
Excellent. That's excellent. That's excellent. And so you have, you also do your own kind of regular broadcasting on independent media. Why don't you tell people where they can find you if they would like to hear you sing and talk more?
I'm lucky enough to do a show with the Indie News Network, INN. Indy and I do a show usually every other Tuesday. We had some sickness and then a holiday kind of get in the way, but we will be doing this Tuesday night Sometimes it's all songs of mine that kind of fit a theme. Sometimes it's weird random covers or kind of tribute nights.
Oh, I've logged in for those too. It's a good time. Like it's a
We
full
did
evening
some
of
Dr.
music
Seuss
and-
episodes, and those were well received. So Indy has a few stories that his kids love of Dr. Seuss that I'm going to read this next night. But it was only about a half a show's worth. And I was like, well, what can I pair with that? I was like, you know what? I have a Metallica cover I wanted to pull out. I'll learn 2 more Metallica songs, and we'll split it 30-30. So Seuss-tallica is this Tuesday night. three Dr. Seuss stories, 3 Metallica songs. It's going to be a blast.
Excellent. There's a McDonald's metal act too. I can't remember what that's called.
Is there? Oh, I need to find that.
Then there's what is there? Is it food metal? There's food metal.
Okay.
Yeah. If you look up food metal, you're going to learn something.
This is me taking a note that says food metal.
Food metal. Food metal. My friends at Echoplex Media turned me on to food metal.
Okay. Oh man, I'm there. I'm already watching it.
And also Karen metal, Mike. I've seen some of the Karen metal.
I've seen those. Those are fantastic.
Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good. So Jesse, I know because I have watched you. Let's see, I've seen you on the Indie Media Network, right?
Indie News Network. Yep.
Indie News Network. I've seen you on Rockfin. I've seen you on YouTube, and I've seen you on.
We're on Rumble, Twitch.
Yeah, I've seen you on Twitch. So you're on all those things. People can find you, and you're on Twitter, right? Indie News.
That's right.
Network.
Yep. It's Get Indie News.
And you can just follow Jesse Jett at Jesse JESSE _ Jett JETT, and he'll turn you on to all those things. He'll send you actually personal responses to every comment you make on his music. So
my DMs are open.
He'll become your pen pal. Well, Jesse, thank you so much.
Man, thank you. Seriously, this is
I know I've been bugging you to do this for a year, or wanting you to do this for a year, because I knew people would enjoy this. Would you play us something out? We've got 12 minutes. Echoplex. Would you do us one more song, and then I'm going to go ahead at the end of your song, and we're going to go ahead and rate our friends at Echoplex.
Okay, nice.
Right. So I'm going to say for everybody, this has been episode 19 of the Full Dash Closure audiobook and podcast with our wonderful guest, Jesse Jett. And Jesse's going to play us out tonight with one more song. What is it, Jesse?
Let's see.
He's only getting paid for 3 songs, so he hasn't thought of the 4th one yet.
You know what? Let's do I'm gonna do this is the first track off of my Nuclear Doo-Wop 50s album.
Oh wow. Nuclear Doo-Wop.
This is the album's called The Geiger Age. This song is called A Stroll Through the Ruins.
Right on. Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, everybody.
Let's take a walk, provided radiation's low and the weather's good. We'll take a stroll through where there used to be a neighborhood. I host a clinic called The Finer Points of Settlerhood. Wish I could say it brings a crowd. Oh, baby doll, doomsday went about as well as you said it would. And God, I tried to love the bomb and I never could. There's such a heavy balm in the humid air, rotted wood. Wish I could clear the smoke and show you clouds. The meek will get the earth, though the earth will be long dead. The meek will gladly take what we can get. And when we meet the earth, if there's no earth to be found, poison in the ground. Oh, the poison in the ground. Oh, the poison in the ground. Oh, no.
Wow, that's love me some Jesse Jet. Love me some Jesse Jet. Hope you enjoyed that little musical break as much as I did. Hope you were like listening along somewhere, uh, lurking and listening to the dulcet tones of Jesse Jet. We can get back into the garrulous, very, very garrulous gig economy now, and have some more fun with our friends. And of course, one of our very bestest and mostest bestest friends is Pedro. And Pedro's got a new video that dropped tonight, and I've got a new fascination with the Pedro. I'm going to admit it. I'm going to admit that I got a new fascination with the Pedro. Why do I have a new fascination with the Pedro, you ask? Because fewer people than ever are watching the Pedro. Well, that is true. But we're going to find out. Let's find out why we get a fascination with Pedro. Pedro is evolving in different ways. Pedro is evolving in different ways. It's very fascinating. Okay. Now I only watched the start of this, and I realized it was going to be something really good to share. So I have not watched any of it beyond just like the first minute. So you're getting my assuming you want my reaction. That's what you're going to get. You're going to get my direct reaction to what we're seeing here in the most real of real time. The most real of real time. Hello, Pedro. How you doing tonight? Good to see you again. Here we go with the Pedro. Just bet on you, Mr. Double Down, the King. Looks like he doesn't have anything about the King up there right now, and he is not wearing a crown. He does look slightly frowny, I will say. The weather looks cloudy in Pedro land. It looks cloudy in Pedro land. Cloudy in Pedro land. Here we go with cloudiness in Pedro land. AZ Jaded Driver. Whoa, Jaded Driver. How did you feel when Pedro went at you last night in that interview? The way that Pedro went at you in that interview with me last night. Man, he went after you. He doesn't like you, Jaded Driver. He was involved for being an asshole and shooting an entire ass. Well, that is an opinion, Jaded Driver, that has been shared in many parts of the community, and I do know that there are many people that agree with that opinion. But let's give Pedro a chance. I mean, this is his part of the show. Let's give Pedro a chance. We did have a good interview last night. Obviously, he doesn't like the Jaded Driver. Jaded Driver did cry all night long. We got confirmation of that. I figured that he would. That's good. I think that probably makes everybody feel better about the nature of Jaded Driver's jaded personality.
No tip, no trip. Some would say within this community,
I remember no tip, no trip. I remember no tip, no trip. I remember it. I remember it.
I am the person that they think of when you hear that phrase. Some people.
That is true. You are the dickhead that I think of when I think of that phrase.
People, they say it doesn't matter. Just pay me whoever I'm getting the money from, doesn't matter. Tipping culture in America has hit a point where people are over it. I'm going to show you some clips, some videos of some people's perspective on it. And also, I'm going to ask you guys some questions in today's video to get your perspective and what you think is going to be happening 5, 10, 15 years from now with tipping in America. Now, last night, Chris Boy from Australia, he has a channel. Go check him out.
Chris Boy from Australia was on. He threw shrimp on the barbie. He said, you Americans, crikey, you Americans and your stupid tipping culture, we don't understand. That was terrible, man. I'm not getting the Australian thing. That like went into a Paul McCartney or something. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That was awful. Hello, Matthew Arredondo. I hope that you fed the cows a good dinner. Jaded, yeah, Jaded is trying to get over this. Threw a scrimp on the Pedro. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. All right. There's a lot. Chris Bowie. Oh, I hate tips, but I love the Bobby shrimps. Crikey. Now that's a fire.
I'll put a link to his channel in the description of this video. In Australia, the tipping culture is not what it is in America.
In almost everywhere in the world, the tipping culture is not what it is in America. In almost everywhere in the world, the tipping culture, people turn down tips in many part of the country. It's not in many countries. It's not appropriate to tip people in many countries. It's a cultural thing, and it's not unified in any way, shape, or form across America. It's like a religious war, and I think Bet on You understands that now. Here's what, but he did this divisive, like hate-filled, clown filled no tip, no trip for so long. It's interesting to see this evolution of Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago.
About 2.5 years ago, I did a video on this channel. You can check it out. The history of tipping in America, how it started, why it's still relevant, but why now people are fighting back against that. And that affects you and I right now on a day-to-day basis. We're going to get into those things in today's video. Appreciate you guys for being here. Hit the thumbs up. Now,
better late than never, Pedro. Better late than never. Hey, maybe he could call himself Mr. Better Late Than Never. Instead of Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Better Late Than Never. I think we could do that. Mr. Better Late Than Never, the Lion King. That's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, Pedro likes a lot of branding. He likes a lot of flavor. He likes a lot of flavor.
Let's go back before we go forward. Tipping in America started.
If you don't notice, this is like a mono and mono hair off tonight. I did not wear a hat because I'm like, look, man, if I'm going to go against Jesus hair, I'm going to let this fucking freak flag fly. And that's what I said to myself. I'm like, fuck it. Fuck it. If Pedro's going with the earphones and the hair, I'm going with the earphones and the hair. Bring it, Pedro. Bring it, Pedro.
When wealthy Americans went over to Europe on vacation, they saw this tipping culture over there. It was a way for people to show off. Like, here, peasant, you can have that extra nickel. Keep the change. And it made people feel good. It made you feel better than the person that was serving you. It was a way of showing off. And those rich people brought that culture of tipping into America. We had the Emancipation Proclamation, slaves were free men and women, right? And in order for them to get jobs, they had to get jobs, and they would get jobs at service places and bars and taverns and this and that, and their employer would not pay them, but they would say, you know what, you can keep tips if people give you tips. Now, those times,
I don't think this is an accurate retelling of the history of tipping in the United States. I'm just going to say I don't believe that this is an accurate retelling of the tipping in the history of the United States. Okay, hold on. Let's keep going.
Are very different than right now. But corporations, as the years kept going and going, said, you know what, we can keep our labor low by not paying them. Minimum wage comes in, federal government says, okay, well, minimum wage is $2.13 for tipped employees, $3, this, that, whatever. And that's how you have to legally pay them. So restaurants, bars, establishments.
Okay, so we know at this point, Pedro, for the edification of this audience, the learning process of this audience, that what we're talking about, the
wage comes in, federal government says,
oh yeah, minimum wage. minimum wage is highly different. The federal minimum wage rarely applies anymore. The federal minimum wage has been surpassed by local minimum wages in most places. So when you're talking about the minimum wage, Pedro, you need to clarify for people what minimum wage means. It means many, many different things depending on where you live. It means something different in Seattle than it means in the rest of Washington, for say. It can mean something different in Manhattan than it means in other parts of New York. So it's more complex, Pedro.
It's okay. Minimum wage is $2.13 for tipped employees, $3, this, that, whatever, and that's how you have to legally pay them.
This, that, whatever. Sure, yeah.
So restaurants, bars, establishments said, well, if that's all legally I'm obligated to pay you, that's what you're going to get, and we're going to tipping you. You're going to get paid from the consumer. Work really hard, you'll make more money. So that's a really small dose of how it has come. Right now, in some of the videos, we're going to show you some of these little clips. I'll react to them. There is a revolt against it.
I don't think that's accurate or important or I think we should just wipe the slate clean. Let's pretend we didn't hear that. Let's pretend we didn't hear the history of tipping that Pedro just gave us. I don't think that's any good. I think that's not good.
I had a gentleman on the show about 1.5 years ago or so. He wound up on Dr. Phil, talking about how he doesn't tip, why he doesn't tip, how the company should pay. And there's a growing trend. Nearly 30% of Americans, they're over the tipping thing. They're exhausted of it. They don't like it. Everybody's expecting tip.
An opinion poll of over 30% of Americans. What does over it mean technically? Like over it. Like if we were going to do like the calculus of sociology, for example, like pretend it was a social science. What does over it mean with around 30% or over it? Statistically, Stephen Arrow, are you statistically over it? Stephen Arrow, are you statistically over it? Are you statistically over it? I'm statistically over it. I'm officially over it. Okay, this is like Pedro's making shows for stupid people. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to come out and say it, damn it. I'm just going to come out and say it. Jeepers creepers, man.
Without doing good service. Now, how does that affect you and I in food delivery? Now, when it comes to restaurants, it's very, very, very different. What we do is very different what they do. We're driving our automobile. They're not driving an automobile. They're getting paid from their employer. Now, some would say maybe we are or not.
Well, wait, though. I mean, if it has to do with the fact you're driving an automobile, then what if it's a bike or what if it's on foot? Does the person that you're delivering to know your modus of locomotion, your mode of moving yourself around? So now you get more tips if you have a car, less tips if you have a bike? Is that what Pedro's trying to sell us? I don't think this is. I think this is hinky pinky. Look, man, DoorDash is creating a rivalry between drivers and consumers and restaurants in a closed manufactured gamblified system. Pedro's just making shit up. Pedro's making shit up in a real world narrative that doesn't apply to DoorDash. In DoorDash, you can't tip somebody you've never seen. Like most of our end consumers, they'll leave it at my door, so they don't have to even look at you. They don't know who you are. They don't care who you are. It's not their job to care who you are, how you're paid, whether you drove or not, whether you rode a bike, whether you live next door, whether it's on your way home. They can't judge all that shit. You're getting fly by night fraudulent independent contract offer after fraudulent independent contract offer, and so then you're assuming that there's actually enough integrity in this bullshit AI system of the Dasher app that that there's actually a real world equivalency of tipping in the real world to app tipping, because I'm going to tell you there's not an equivalency of restaurant tipping to tipping in an app. People don't think about it the same way. Doesn't matter if you think about it the same way, they don't think about it the same way, right? This is marketing 101. Here's marketing 101. Save you $80,000 from business school. Doesn't matter what your opinion is. It matters what the opinion of your customer or your audience is. Doesn't matter if I think I'm a swell singer. It matters if my audience thinks I'm a swell singer. Doesn't matter if good Pedro's a swell cult leader. Matters if his audience thinks he's a swell cult leader, right? Can we assume that that is true? Okay. And so one of the things is that you are kept from the end customer. The end customer is kept from you. You're not able to have any type of real world relationship. And so somebody like Pedro, he's because Pedro don't understand what's going on in the DoorDash system. You hear me knocking on my head? That's how frustrated Pedro makes me. I knock on my own head. Pedro doesn't understand what's going on in the artificial intelligence system. So Pedro's trying to tie this back to his real world dashing badly with bad gambling advice for dummies from Mr. Better Late Than Never. That's his new show name. I don't remember it, but we'll write it down later. Anyway, so Pedro is trying to tie shit to the real world that just don't, god damn it, tie to the real world. Look at that. I changed the lighting of my computer. I hit my desk so hard. Look at all what's happening here. I don't even know what I did. Did I break things? Did I break things because I pounded on my desk like a wild baboon? Maybe Pedro's right. Maybe Pedro's right. I'd come on a show and it's been crazy. Woo, I'm crazy. I happen to actually understand DoorDash, and Pedro doesn't understand shit, but I'm the crazy one. You gotcha. Yeah, Pedro wants to get into your wallet. In your wallet. Wallet. Remember, we love wallet. We love wallet. We love wallet. We're big wallet fans. So glitch dash. This bastard Pedro, this guy, I'm trying to like him. I'm trying to see him evolve, but he don't understand what he's dealing with here. He's ignorant. Just Pedro spread more ignorance. It's like that testicular overpay went straight to his Pedro brain, and he just can't. He's got the tsetse fly again. He's like Torp. He's just walking around in circles with testicular overpay again. I don't get it, man. This guy's just want. I try so hard. I try so hard to give to Pedro, to give of myself, to be a good dad dash, to be a good dad dash. I'm not angry, Pedro. I'm just disappointed. I'm not angry, Pedro. I'm just disappointed in you.
We get base pay, but in some cases it equals or doesn't equal what a W-2 might pay somebody to serve. But we don't have any protections in this type of work, and we are only making money most of the time.
Then Pedro, why'd you tell people to do it then, Pedro? Now you, Mr. Better Late. Oh, Glitch Dash. Pedro's new name is Mr. Better Late Than Never, the Lion King. Mr. Better Late Than Never, because he's evolving. He's evolving slowly and much too late, but better late than never. Slowly, much too late, badly, but still better late than never. Hi, Robert. Hi, everybody. If you exhale closely, you can actually see the testicular overpay. You can. Look, man, Glitch Dash is stressing me out. He's making my blood pressure go up. This isn't good for old Dad Dash. This type of conflict is not good for me. It's not good for my old heart. It's not good for me. Look, I spent the whole weekend hoping I was going to get whacked off so I could take a rest, and nobody did it. And now I'm here. I sit just with Pedro, and Pedro's frustrating me. It's just it feels like it's just a frustrating time to be an old Dad Dash. Is what it feels like. I don't want to feel sorry for myself. I don't want to have a, Pedro used to always get on me. I was cleaning off that camera just in case I think I sneezed a Pedro on it earlier. Anyway, Pedro used to get mad at me. He'd go like, Jeff, you got a negative mindset. You got the mentality of somebody that wants to blame, wants to be a victim. You got a victim mentality, and we're strong here. We're strong gig workers. That's what Pedro said. And now Mr. Better Late Than Never is getting slightly better, but it's still pretty late. Okay, but he's very confused.
There is a tip. That's why no tip, no trip is important, because you need to value yourself, and you got to make.
Oh, so no tip still is important. Okay. Now, how do you know since they're lying to you? Now you can read your tea leaves, right? You can wave your hands, you can take the magic lighter and go like this. But how do you really know? How do you know? I mean, you can tell by the last digit, or you can like smell it if you're like Bigfoot. How do you know if there's a tip or not? So how do you know no tip, no trip? What if you trip and then there's no tip? What if you trip first, then there's no tip? Or what if you tip and then there's no trip? Wait, if you trip and then there's no tip or something like that. So if you do that, then it gets very confusing. But anyway, it's artificial intelligence and you can't really tell. And so again, this ends up in like some nonsensical thing of how do you know no trip, no tip if you find out after the fact. And now DoorDash made it even more confusing because you've got the ability to, after the fact, uh, potentially add a tip on. Now, that's probably about as likely as a shooting star hitting your house tonight. It's probably about that likely, but it's possible in some markets, right? Another qualifier, in some markets, there's potential for tipping. Uh, and then that just adds more intermittent reinforcement, more gamification, more hoping and wishing, but not knowing. And so none of it makes any sense. And Pedro, for whatever reason, still hasn't been able to soak that in. Yeah, Bigfoot Dasher absolutely can smell testicular overpay from I mean online even he can smell it.
Make money. The more non-tip deliveries you deliver, the less money you're going to make. That is a mathematical fact. Let me show you guys a couple of clips. I'm going to react. I want to get your perspective right now. Tipping in America, has it become and will it go away? Is it going to go away at some point? Is it going to change? A lot of places, well, maybe not a lot, some places have tried this. West Coast, East Coast, and major cities where the employer will pay a living wage, a fair wage, whatever that might be, 15, 16, 17 bucks an hour. And on the menus, it says tip not required. We pay our employees well, tip not required. And some patrons like that. It takes away the pressure, the awkwardness. You don't have to worry about what percentage and doing the math and sitting there and feeling obligated to do it, even maybe when you got bad service. You're just paying for your food and that's it. Most of the time there's inflated pricing with those items because at the end of the day, the consumer is always going to pay. But no tip, no trip in food delivery. Will tipping ever go away? I mean, obviously it can't. The companies are going to pay us more. The consumer always has to pay. But right now, driver earnings across the board, based on what you guys tell me, are down. Some significantly, you guys are making less money. You're seeing less good orders. And I think the tipping fatigue in America is crazy. Imagine being a consumer, you're trying to order on an app. You want a hamburger meal from McDonald's. The suggested tip is going to be $2. So it's a low tip for some of y'all. Imagine ordering a whole bunch of food, $100, $200.
Okay, so he just said a magic word. He just said a magic word. Suggested tip. Everything you do within an app, whether you're a consumer or a dasher or a restaurant, everything else is prompted for you. It becomes a subset of choices that you have, right? You don't have unlimited choices, you have the choices they give you. And consumer behavior dictates that most people are going to be suggestible in this type of a situation. They're going to pick the uh, average, which isn't average by any percent or anything else. It's just average by what's presented to you in the app. And sometimes the app uses percentages. Sometimes it uses dollar amounts. There's ways that you can go to another screen and you can change it. In some markets, you're able to add it on in the end, right? Uh, into well, I mean, ostensibly, almost never works. I saw. I wish I remembered which broadcaster it was, but it was one of the gig tubers that had stickers. I think it was Uber Lyft Phoenix, but maybe it may not have been. But had stickers putting them on a bag with just like a friendly thing, and he had like a PayPal or something saying, "Hey, if you enjoyed this service, you can send me a tip." And he'd done it hundreds of times, and he never got one, never got a single one. So what am I telling you? I'm not telling you that tips don't matter, or that you shouldn't be tipped, or that you shouldn't be tipped more or paid more. I'm telling you that everything that happens in DoorDash is inorganic and biased by what DoorDash suggests. And it's presented to you by what DoorDash presents to you. So you're going to get a certain amount of no tippers, a certain amount of tips, a certain amount of this, a certain amount of that, right? Everything is presented to you, everything is served up to you. So again, what Pedro is presenting to you is this concept of DoorDash as this organic market in which people make choices. Now, if you're in a restaurant, right? If you're in a restaurant and you have a meal and that person serves you and you look them in the face and they are pleasant, and then they write in nice handwriting, thank you for coming to our restaurant, and they put a little hearty face, and all of that is everybody feels good about it, right? So that's a completely different situation than a DoorDash, where at most you're going to knock and hand somebody a bag. You're not going to have any type of extended relationship, and most often, since the pandemic, it's a no, don't hand it to me situation. Just leave it at the door, and so you never see this person. Now, that's a great way to reduce tips, right? Because if they don't have to look you in the eyes, they don't have to think of you as a human being or a person. It's much easier to just think, well, it doesn't matter. I'm never going to see that person again. Where in a restaurant, you think, well, I might come back to this restaurant again, or this nice lady's been so nice to me, I don't want to feel creepy walking out the door. Very different situation in terms of social influence, which has a lot to do with tipping behavior. Social influence, age has a lot to do with it. Generation has a lot to do with it. Culture has a lot to do with it. Location has a lot to do with it. So it's this complex matrix. But DoorDash is not that complex matrix. It's not what Pedro says it is. It's not a decision made in the real world. It's an artificial decision made in an artificial world, right? And so the only way DoorDash could ever fairly do tipping is just to make it an add-on amount for the driver, which wouldn't really be a tip, would it? It would just be a fee, because a tip is optional. A tip is optional, and anytime you put a tip optional, that's just gamblifying it for you. It's not like you're going to win more. It's not like you're going to get tipped more because it's optional. You can wish and hope uh, that maybe because uh, it's optional, somebody might pay more. But if there's a minimum tip, it won't be against the law to give you more money if somebody really feels the move to do so. Nobody's going to arrest them for leaving a 20 on the table if you give them good service at a restaurant. Nobody's going to come get them. Right. So Pedro is presenting a false choice, a false equivalency, and it's damaging, just like his no tip, no trip was, that made this false rivalry and name calling and animosity. Uh, it's just a false dichotomy that doesn't need to be there, because what is really happening is that DoorDash is sending you fraudulent, incomplete contracts, and you don't have the information to know whether it's a winning contract or a losing contract, because you're gamblified. And the tipping is part of that. It is not a correlation to the real world. And the final thing I want to say before we move on to this is that there are studies. You can find them in my Twitter, and they will certainly be in the book. There are studies that show that customers that are asked to put a tip amount prior to service don't like it. Even tippers that are even people that are favorable toward tipping, if you ask them to tip prior to the service being offered, as DoorDash most often forces them to do, except when they can do it after, which doesn't work very well. But since DoorDash makes it before they place the order, that is the worst possible way. If you wanted a tipping system to fail, that's how you would design it. You would make it happen beforehand, because people resent it. They did studies with like a hairdresser and stuff like that, where people said, well, it's added on to the tip. The 15% just added on, and then they did the survey with the people afterwards, and they said, how likely are you to go back? How likely are you to tip more, tip less? And basically the end of the story is people don't like things being told they're a tip and not having options. People don't like tipping beforehand. And so tipping, again, is that very personal thing where if you start applying things and calling them tips,
you can offend people that might have otherwise been favorable toward the service. So it's a cultural setup. It's just a cultural minefield. And it's also unique to the United States, which is a melting pot. So we have people from all different cultures. Some of those cultures just don't have tipping culture. Some of those cultures do have tipping culture. And so to call somebody a clown, or just to aggressively talk about somebody in a negative manner because they did or did not tip you in an app is absurd, right? It's wacky. It's wacky. You don't want to do that. You don't want to take a game world and then go start calling people clowns and miserable human beings in the real world, because it makes you look crazy. It makes you look nutty. And Pedro got really into that, and that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
$200, $300 from a sushi joint. The suggested tip might be 10, 15, 20 bucks. As a consumer, you're thinking, I haven't even gotten my food, and you want me to pay a fee, a delivery fee, a regulatory fee, and you want me to tip up front? I'm not siding with the consumer, but we have to sit in their shoes in order to understand why we are seeing less pay overall. Let me show you guys this real quick clip.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. New survey data finding that 30% of Americans think that tipping culture is out of control. I think I'm going to add myself to that list. This is according to a Bankrate survey that found that 2/3 of people have a negative view about tipping, particularly when it comes to contactless and digital payment prompts with predetermined tipping options. These are point of sale programs like Toast. You probably see.
So he's talking about these pre-tipped options. You go to a local coffee shop, whatever, or any place nowadays, and you turn around that iPad and boop, there's a pre-tip determination. Consumers, I think, look at DoorDash and Uber Eats as that way because it gives you a default tip, and you can take it away, but the default tip is there. And I think the fatigue has set in, and I think it's a big reason why there is a revolt of people not tipping.
Them at lots of different stores now. It said in its most recent report that tipping at sit-down restaurants has held steady. Got no problem with that. But tips at quick service restaurants fell to a 5-year low of 16.7% in the first quarter of the year. That to me is surprising that it fell, given that every time I seem to go to one of these restaurants, I'm now paying 25% or 20, it's 20, 25, 30.
Don't lie. It says 5, 10, 15, and maybe I'll do 10.
5, 10, 15. What stores are you shopping?
So, it's interesting. Let me get these guys off the screen for a second. Listen, how do we relate this to food delivery? These three people sitting on the panel, okay? The one guy said, in the blue shirt, the guy, I get it. I'm kind of fatigued out. So they're obviously, they've ordered on food delivery apps. They've gone out to eat. They go to a local coffee shop. They go wherever. And they start their day. I'll paint you a picture. They start their day getting a coffee, tip option. They order out lunch, tip option. They go out to eat, tip option. People between the ages of 20 and 35 right now are tip fatigued out. They're done. They're over it. Everybody wants a tip. All these pre-tip things, these iPads, this digital age that we're in with the squares and the toast and all these apps, right? It's crazy. Your local cannabis shop, tip. You go in there to get a pre-roll, they want a tip. They're asking. You don't have to give it, but the fatigue is setting in. And I think when people go to DoorDash and Uber, when people take an Uber or a Lyft ride to go to work and the tip option shows up, you do it or you don't do it, people are over it. They're tired of the big companies paying the little guys like you and I less money.
A tip in rideshare and a tip in last mile delivery are not even close to the same thing. Not even close to the same thing. If you listen to Jeff from Uber Jeep, Arizona, Jeff will talk to you about how he gets independent jobs and independent tips while he's driving, as many other drivers do. He's got a placard on the back of his seat that allows him to get tips electronically from customers. This happens all the time. That's not something that happens in last mile delivery. We're the bottom of the barrel, man. This is not, we don't have time to build a relationship with the customer or build on follow-on business with the customer when most often we're anonymous to the customer. We're unseen. We're just a first name. And we also know DoorDash is so rife with fraud. You know, a lot of customers are looking to get over on us because they know that you can, you know, DoorDash is a corrupt system and they can use it for their own purposes. So it's just a completely different thing.
So they can fatten their pockets. And the companies expect the consumer to pay us the wage, a fair wage by a tip. I'm not against it. I don't think tipping is going to go somewhere anytime soon. But I think we're going to continue to see a growing trend of younger Americans like, no, I'm against this establishment. I'm against all this tipping and all this. I don't even know what I'm getting. Who's really getting the money? They hear about DoorDash and these companies stealing tips and messing with the money. So they feel like, you know what, I'm not going to tip. I'll give them cash.
Do they hear all that? I mean, you just glossed over a lot of stuff, Pedro. That was just a laundry list of stuff about tipping.
Now, while I don't think that's going to happen often, I think there is a growing number of people that think that that's what we want. You guys tell me in the comments below. Would you rather have a cash tip or on the app?
Wait a minute. He thinks there are a growing number of people that think that's what we want. When you're talking about what you think and what other people think, and then what you think and other people think, it tends to get pretty far away from factual reporting or factual useful information. I don't know what was just said there, but that didn't make any sense. That's just word salad. That's just word salad.
Me, I can't gamble with my earnings. I'm not going to wish and pray for a cash tip. Do I like them? Sure. I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 out of 100 deliveries. Probably less than that. Probably 1 out of every 200, I'd say. On average, I'm seeing a cash tip. I get them, but it's not often. If I'm crunching the numbers, it's not a lot. But I do think some consumers want to wait to see what they're going to get because they've had bad experiences, so on and so forth. No tip, no trip's not going anywhere, but the fatigue of the consumers, we have to understand it. And I don't know what we can do to control it. I really don't. I'm going to show you.
Is no tip, no trip not going anywhere? Does it still exist? Does no tip, no trip still exist? That's like, I don't think it does it? Does somebody still talk about that? I mean, you can try and read the tea leaves. I guess you try and, I mean, here's what I always thought about no tip, no trip. I always thought no tip, no trip. Does it still exist? Question mark. Yes, no, start poll. There we go. We got a poll for you. No tip, no trip. Does it still exist? The only thing that matters is the total amount. It doesn't matter whether it's broken down into, I remember I used to look at just like the average. It seemed like back in the day, it was about like 55% tip, 45% base pay, or base play plus what do you call it? Peak pay. Okay, those are base play plus peak pay. So there was that distribution, but the only thing that matters, that didn't really matter. The only thing that matters is the total dollar amount. I mean, if they're going to give you $20 for a delivery, and that's a good amount of money, why would you care if it came from tip or not tip? Again, that's just confusion because it's not even really a tip. It's a whole confused artificial intelligence system. And so what you want to get down to is just real numbers, right? Time and money, and time and money per time per money per delivery, per unit, right? Either unit of time or unit of deliveries. You got to get down to real numbers in the calculus of sociology. And until you get down to real numbers, it's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. It's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo and a bunch of gamification and gamblification from a gig app, right? None of these things matter. And you just can't go into gig app world. You can't go into DoorDash and Uber Eats and all those other things and say that a tip is a tip. And it's the same as somebody in a restaurant. It's the same as rideshare. It's the same as this. It's not the same as anything. It is not the same as anything at all. It's completely and totally unique. Is what I'm saying. 7 votes, 100% of you. So far, 100% of you. 8 votes, 100% of you say no tip, no trip. So I guess the second question would be like, do you think you can always tell, or do you just to go by the full amount? I mean, maybe the numbers are so low now. Like now that we're talking like $1 or $2 base pay or something, maybe it's so low you can obviously tell if there's no trip because it's just, a terrible offer. Let's keep going, Pedro.
You guys one more clip. Stay with me here. Okay, I'm going to bring this one up here. And let's see. Let's go there. Because I think that it's very important to understand the consumer aspect of it and how it's affecting us. Because I think the money can be there for a lot of us, but the tipping fatigue is here to stay. Let me bring this up for you guys. I want to play this small little clip for you guys as well.
What does that mean to us as a labor unit? Or as if we were to be a union or just a group of people as a community? There's fatigue, but it's here to stay. That's like national news. That's like what they put on the news, like news that you can't use. It's uncertain, but it's not changing. Bob, back to you. Back to you, Glitch Dash. We have fatigue, but it's not going anywhere. Back to you, Glitch Dash. This is nonsensical. This is not worthy of the job that we have ahead in labor. It's not worthy of the job that we have ahead in leadership. And if Pedro is going to call himself Mr. Better Late Than Never, the Lion King, he's going to have to do a lot better on these type of things. He's going to have to understand what he's dealing with, which he does not.
Customize and save with Liberty
Now we got
Squawk.
Liberty.
That's Limu's line.
Liberty, Mutual.
Listen here.
This
is a little story about a lady who works in a restaurant. We're going to hear from the owner of this establishment.
Hello, bartender.
In most states, it cuts against the worker's wage rather than being something on top of the wage.
Lupe, who's been working at Cisco's for 10 years, makes the federal sub-minimum wage of $2.13 an hour. She works alongside her mother-in-law and cousin. She told us while there are days when she makes only $30 in tips, she typically makes about $200.
It's difficult knowing if somebody goes home not making a lot of money. You could have a good day at work being a banker, and you could have a bad day at work.
So
Same
this
goes
is
for
the owner
a
talking
pharmacist
here.
or anyone. Wages are fluid, but I think if you work hard, you're going to get tipped more.
Cisneros says when he and his partners took over the restaurant in 2017, it wasn't profitable.
Wasn't something that we bought being like, oh, we've got some honey hole here. We bought history that we knew continued to live. We're here to ensure everybody has a very fair, livable wage and can go home to their families and look in the eyes and be proud of where they work.
Between 2018 and 2022, annual revenue nearly doubled. Their goal is a 10% net profit margin.
10% is a lot higher than a lot of other restaurants. Why not raise the
So 10%, I want you guys to remember that. Margins in restaurants are very, very, very low. So these guys, this owner and many others, and DoorDash included, and all these gig apps, they understand their numbers and they say, we want to make this amount per quarter, this amount at the end of the year. We want our profits and our EBITDA to be this. So we got to have our labor amount at this amount. We have to really work hard because the margins are so small, 10%. So think about that. Let's say your restaurant, maybe this restaurant might do, let's say it's $2-3 million a year in sales. I'm not sure, but let's just throw that number out there. It's a very common number for some establishments, a couple million a year. What is 10% of that? Think about that. 10% of that's what the owner, after all the bills are paid and everything, is going to take home. If tipping went away, he's going to have to pay his servers more. He's going to have, it is what it is. So then what is it? 5%? Is 5% reasonable to a multi-million-dollar business? 5% is what you get at the end. Seems kind of small, right? But I want us to listen to this gentleman's perception here. His ideas of it.
the wage?
There's months that we don't get anywhere near that margin. It's a little bit more of chess that we're playing. So our revenue is not what a lot of restaurants are, right? So if you're at a barbecue place, you're probably doing $10 million a year in revenue. Like, while they might operate on a lower margin, they still probably net a lot more than we do. We have to ensure that our margins are around where they are. Otherwise, like, this business is not functional.
In 2022, labor alone accounted for nearly half of the restaurant's total costs. Cisneros told me he and his partners have never taken out a salary from the restaurant. He has a full-time job as the founder and president of Backyard Ventures, an advertising partnerships business.
This is to feed all of the families that work within these walls and continue the lineage of the restaurant operating. While we'd love for everyone to make as much.
So these guys aren't even making money. They're making money doing other things, is what he just said. But they don't take a salary from the actual business. But they have these businesses in order to make sure that people in his community can make money. And this lady here says some days you make $30. On average, she makes $200 a day. Sound familiar? I think a lot of you full-timers might be able to make $200 a day in DoorDash, right? And that's what she makes as a server. Different type of job. But at the end of the day, we still have these big companies, okay, making most of the money, and us little guys not making a whole lot. At the end of the day.
Okay. So here's a big problem. We just missed the forest for the trees. So if Pedro just showed this video of a restaurateur with a 10% margin, and then we do the calculus of sociology and we figure out that the percentages required from DoorDash for independent retailers are 15%, 25%, and 30%, then that means every time that restaurateur takes an order from DoorDash, they're losing money, does it not? Does that not imply that when they're doing an order for DoorDash from their local restaurant, if they have a 10% margin and they're giving DoorDash 15%, 25%, or 30%, that they're losing money? That restaurateur is going to go out of business the more DoorDash he sells, isn't he? Isn't she? You wonder why some of the restaurants, aren't or might be taking some of the tips. They're losing money too. They're already getting fleeced too. So maybe they're trying to hold back some of the tips when they, get it through this system and share it with some of their staff. They're not making money on this. This is a very bad thing. And Pedro just missed it, completely leaped over it and missed it. The fact that this guy just told you he's losing money if he gets involved with any of these last mile delivery schemes. That's why 85% of restaurants never had delivery prior to the pandemic. And most of them shouldn't unless they're in a dense, large, major city. Pretty crazy that the math just skipped right over. And now, okay, so now we realize the restaurateur is losing money. So now the driver, the dasher, the app slave, they could be losing money. The customer, the consumer, is now going to pay their 15% on top of the regular price of the product, on top of any additional fees, on top of a small delivery fee, on top of any tip they want to do. So you're going to be paying through the nose for this meal that is coming from a local restaurant that's now losing money, being delivered by a dasher that's losing money. So you might want to ask yourself, who's making money? If the dasher's losing money and the restaurant's losing money and the consumer's being price gouged, well, then who's making money? Isn't that interesting? Pedro missed that. Pedro just missed right over that part, that the restaurateur ain't making any money. That's a big problem, because all that's going to be left in terms of restaurants is national chains that are getting preferential treatment, getting lower rates than your local restaurant. And they're already getting lower rates from their supply chain because they're, McDonald's or IHOP or Wendy's or whatever else the heck they might be.
$200 a day without any protections, no insurance, no profit sharing, no 401k. Most of us aren't putting in any of that if we're DoorDash drivers, right? $200 a day is not a lot of money.
There's not a lot of people that are pulling in $200 a day in last mile delivery these days anymore, unless they're in a real good market, Pedro. That'd be a lot of hours. Now, there are people that are working regularly 6-7 days a week. Anyway.
Some of us think it is. It's not. If you think long term, it's not. Right? And if tipping went away, how would that affect you and I's money? I think if anything, if it went away and regulations were in whatever, and businesses had to pay us more, which I can go back and forth on this topic, but on how I feel about it. But I think the long-term impact is there'd be less opportunities for you and I. Less people will be able to use this as gig apps. And overall, it could be detrimental. The other side of that argument is, well, these companies got the money. They need to pay us more. They should pay us more. They need to be mandated to pay us more. They need to be mandated to pay us a living wage. These companies like this guy here and a McDonald's or whoever else, tipped or not tipped, need to pay more to their employees because they're making money. Dollar General is a company that does very well. Dollar General every year has seen their profits soar. They pay their people 12, 13, 14 bucks an hour. They pay a salaried manager, a GM of a Dollar General, maybe 50,000, maybe 60,000, 70,000 to be a district manager, and you got 5 or 6 locations. For some of y'all, that's great money. For others, it's not. The richer get richer, the poorer get poorer. Where are we in this equation? We're not rich. None of us are. We're not. Now, is that important to you? Yeah, it is what it is. But tipping in America, people are exhausted of it. They just are. They're exhausted. They're exhausted of seeing the fat cats get fatter. And most of us, me, you, Lupe, the lady in the video, right? We're just getting by day by day. I think most of us can relate to that. We're getting by day. And most of the people that use the apps are also getting by day. Most consumers that use the DoorDash app are just like you and I. They're probably in a similar tax bracket. I know sometimes we deliver to big fancy homes. Yeah, sure. Most people that order on DoorDash, that order on Instacart, that use Uber or Lyft are regular folks like you and I. So us.
I don't think so, Pedro. Most last mile delivery drivers and gig economy workers could not afford or would not waste their money having home delivery of Happy Meals and stuff. I think maybe on a lark just to see what it's like to have the service from home. But no, I don't think we're the same demographic, Pedro. I think the people that can afford to be price gouged, they may be ignorant. They may have different life circumstances. They may not be like high income people on average, but it's a wide spectrum, and it's heavily economically advantaged over a app slave community, without a doubt.
Poorer people, lower class, whatever you want to say, tipping started in that way. We're just servicing one another, and the fat cats are getting rich. I'm not mad at them for that. But will tipping ever really go away? What's the good? What's the bad? What are the long-term, short-term benefits or bad things from it? I'm still Mr. No Tip, No Trip. I think you cannot make good money if you continue to just deliver to people that don't value you, tip you, and understand the way it works. But is the way it works working? Is it really right?
No, nothing's right. It's DoorDash, man. It's DoorDash. It's Uber Eats. It's Grubhub. It's all this shenanigans. It's Uber. It's Lyft. It's shenanigans, man. It's not what you think it is. Yeah, $200. Yeah, Glitch says I believe most of these gig tubers come from rich families. $200 would be great, but it's laughable, says Matthew Arredondo from Brownsville, Texas. Those cows are terrible tippers. They're terrible tippers. You can tip a cow, but a cow don't tip you. That's just what Matthew Arredondo told me that once, and I never forgot it. You can tip a cow, but a cow don't tip you. Matthew Arredondo, you were right. You were right when you said that. He only does gig apps for content and stay relevant in the game. One would think that's the case. He seems to really dislike it very openly, and it does very little of it. From what I'm seeing now, I think he used to. I don't know. I don't know. That's not really the issue anymore for me. I mean, I'd rather just work with, are we getting the people good information? That's my concern. Are we getting the people good information or bad information? And Pedro, you know, he tends to be a source of a lot of bad information, unfortunately.
Should it change? Are we just all sheep out here just going along with whatever is normal? And, oh, I should just tip this person. I should tip that person. I don't know. I value myself, my automobile, and my time. And I realize that the way the opportunities are in a gig economy, I have to get tips to make money. But the growing trend is they're done with it. They're sick of it.
Okay, but if they're done with it and you have to do it, then are we at a standoff or what's going on here? This is just like, it's good, it's bad, it's going to happen, it's not going to happen, it's gone, it's here, but it's not, but it's gone, but it's here, but it's not. No, here's the deal. Here's the deal. That we're getting lost in the weeds again. Here's the deal. DoorDash and the other fraudulent schemes of the gig economy that have been responsible for innovating app slavery across the world never intended you to be tipped well or paid well. The only solution, the one and only solution, is for workers to require those companies to pay them adequately out of the gate with transparency and truth in their contracts, transparency and truth in everything else. Now, then, if you got truth, transparency, and fair pay, if somebody wants to throw a tip on top, well, that's fine too, right? That's fine too. That's what tipping culture is, you know. If you want to still have tipping culture, then fine. If you just love your DoorDash person so much, then throw an extra tip on top. But that person has to get paid. That person has to get paid an appropriate amount out of the gate. And that's what Uber and Lyft and DoorDash and everybody else should be responsible for. They don't want to be responsible for your expenses. They don't want to be responsible for your safety. They don't want to be responsible for your training. They don't want to be responsible for your appropriate pay. They don't want to be responsible for anything. How do you think you're going to get tips? I mean, it's just another part of gamification. And as workers, right, as people that are looking for fair and transparent contracts, the last thing you want, if you're asking somebody for a transparent and honest contract, is more variables. You want certainty. You want guarantees. I'm going to do this. You're going to give me that. I'm going to spend this much time. You're going to give me that much money. I'm going to do this many units of work. You're going to pay me this much per unit. That's how real contracts go. That's how real contracts go. Oh God, don't get into hell day, the glitch day, the hell day. That's how real contracts go, but that's not what DoorDash is. So this is all very troubling, and we're still in fantasy world, which is a problem.
So when we go to those nice fancy homes, the nice duplexes, you drop off that sushi order and they only lift you $2 or $3 or $4 or $5 and you feel the tip isn't sufficient, it's because those people don't look at it the way we look at it. They just don't. They're looking at it like $5 is enough. What are they doing? They're picking up and dropping off my food. How hard is that? Should tipping go away? Should it just be miles to money ratio? You live 10 miles away. This is what it's going to be. This is your service charge. We're going to give that to the driver. That's that. Or is the trend going to continue to where DoorDash drops the base pay? Right now, it's $1 per order on Stacked with DoorDash. $2 base pay for DoorDash stacks. So DoorDash is valuing you at $1 a pop. Instacart as low as $4.
$1 a pop. $1 a pop. I don't even know what this means anymore. What? I mean, $1? $1?
Base pay. I saw a base pay of 17 cents somebody sent me today from Uber Eats. Now the payout was the expected payout was $6, but Uber only paid 17 cents. Should the companies come out of their pocket more? Can they afford to do that? Or should we continue to look at the consumer to pay most of our wages? That's the question for today's video. I wanted to show you guys those little clips. I could make this an hour.
But that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen, right? I mean, wish in one hand, Pedro in the other. What are you going to have the most of? You're going to have Pedro. You're going to have more Pedro.
I could do a whole live on this. Maybe I will. Tipping culture in America. Listen, I'm Mr. No Tip, No Trip.
Are you?
I believe we deserve tips for the work that we're doing.
Deserve. Everybody deserves more than they're getting. Everybody, consumers deserve more. We deserve more. Everybody deserves more. This isn't a winnable argument, man. You got to get fair pay from the corporations and quit pretending that consumers are going to save workers, workers are going to save consumers. We're all getting fleeced, man.
When we're delivering most of the time non-essential food items, and we're doing a service in our automobile, and we're doing something that most people can do themselves. And I don't want to hear, well, what if they don't have a car? What if they're disabled? I get it. But you don't need that McDonald's. Nobody ever does. I mean,
well, DoorDash delivers more than McDonald's. That's kind of a weak argument. I mean, the McDonald's argument's not, it's just not a good argument. That's not a good argument. You could say you don't need home delivery, but there are some people that need home delivery. And there was home delivery services for medications and for disabled people and for elderly and everything else prior to DoorDash coming in and stealing all our money, right? DoorDash is a tapeworm. It's just a corporate tapeworm. It's given nothing. It's just soaking up all the nutrients from the whole system. You got the corporate butt plug up the other end. You got a closed system. You got terrible testicular overpay. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
99.9% of what we deliver is non-essential.
99.9, I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't think that's fair to say. I think we just, I think many people deliver more essential things than 0.1%, Pedro. So let's not go with the 99.9. But we can agree that it's, in many cases, an unnecessary service, and that last mile delivery overall is an unnecessary service because there's other ways to get this done besides app slavery. Right? This was just a con. This was just a con to get people out of the jobs, and they're just replacing us. They're driving us towards zero. They never planned to pay you a living wage to do this. They never planned to pay you enough to stay housed and feed your family. It was always a race to the bottom. It's always a case of replacing you with brown kids on bikes or whatever else. It's just how robots or whatever else they can do.
They can get it themselves, and if they don't have a vehicle, somebody could bring it to them. So to not tip your driver is just kind of rude, regardless if you think it's right or not, and if you know the history of tipping and what it
rude. Okay, so this is where Pedro gets off again, right? This is where, see how he's confused right here? Do you see the confusion? Do you see the confusion? Rude, to be rude is an intentional act. To be rude to somebody, you have to be intentional. Somebody that, a little baby with a little binky and a chalky baba in his bassinet that doesn't say aloha when he takes off from Hawaii is not being rude. That baby's not capable of saying aloha when they leave from Hawaii. Now, let's say another person, an elderly lady who's not from Hawaii, she's leaving Hawaii. She also doesn't say aloha. She's also not being rude. She's ignorant of the culture of Hawaii. She doesn't know she's supposed to do that. Now, somebody that grew up in Hawaii the whole time may be able to snub somebody by not saying aloha. They're going to be rude. They're going to go like, yeah, man, I know Hawaiian culture and I'm going to be rude. So to say somebody's being rude, it has to have some type of intent, right? We have to use words properly. We have to make words mean something, or else we end up looking like this, right? You don't want more of this. If you're calling people rude. Rude is an intentional act. So if somebody is in an app ordering food, they're going to be ignorant. They're going to be tricked by consumer things. They might push a button. Rude is very contextual. Thank you, Bartan. They might push a button and accidentally do the order and think that they can add tip later and then forget. Their kid might have done it. And they told the kid to leave a tip and the kid didn't do it. We can come up with an absolute bazillion scenarios of why missed expectations may be in this tipping scenario. We could even make up some in the real world, but we won't go to the real world because this isn't the real world, right? Again, we know generations and cultures and everything. There's lots of differences in the real world, but this isn't the real world. This is an artificial world. This is a rigged, gamblified game that is presenting you with rigged, gamblified, served up offers for you that either do or do not have something called the tip. But it's not the tip that you think of in the real world. No matter how much you think it is, it's still not. Okay. And so to ascribe somebody, you don't know the conditions of this person who pushed the button on the app. You don't know if they're young or old, or if they did it on mistake or did it on purpose. You don't know anything. So to call them rude and miserable clowns and all this stuff, do you see how off base and off putting that is? Do you see how wrong that is? I mean, if you were, let's say, a rideshare driver or a waitress, and you looked that person right in the eyes, and you had this long, deep conversation with that waitress or that server, you had that long, deep conversation with your taxi driver, and they stiffed you, they didn't tip you anything, you might, and you were that kind of person, you could go, "Hey, you so and so, I think you're a so and so non-tipper," and you'd had some interaction, right? So you might have some basis to say that they were being rude. There is no way in an anonymous application that's served up to you, that has prompts, that has number settings, that all this thing that none of us even understand, to ascribe rudeness to an online in-app order from DoorDash. There just isn't. And even if Pedro says there is, there still isn't. For some people, a non-tip order could be terribly rude. For other people, it could be an oversight. For some people, it could be intentional. For some people, it could be a mistake. We just don't know. We just don't know. And when we don't know, to assume the worst of our fellow humans, and to assume that we need to call them miserable clowns and miserable human beings, and stress over and over how angry we are and resentful we are that our ego is bruised, again, we end up looking like this. We end up looking like that. We end up looking like that. You don't want to look like that.
It really is about and what it entails, and how people are just kind of over it. You should still tip your delivery driver. I believe that. But at some point, I think the trend is going to continue of people not valuing us and what we do. I think they look down on.
Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, so we get the idea. This is a super, super complex scenario, isn't it? It's really complex. Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't. It's really complex how we understand tipping, how we understand tipping culture, how we understand our fellow human beings, how we understand peace. The only thing we can probably understand is what's real and what's organic and what's not. And again, so we have to remember, when we're dealing with gig apps and app slavery and everything, nothing is organic, nothing is what it appears to be, nothing is translatable to this real world that you and I are experiencing right here, even online. It's certainly not to what you're experiencing in your own home in your present moment. There's not a correlation, so we have to get off of that. And again, if we walk around with anger in our heart all the time, thinking that our fellow human beings are clowns and terrible people, that's going to have bad effects on our community. And I think that's why we see communities coming apart. That's why we see dissent in so many different communities, is that people's egos take over very quickly. It's very easy for somebody to have their ego bruised, even by something as much as an electronic tip or non-tip. Somebody can have their ego bruised or be all angry, and that's just not rational behavior. That's just not rational behavior to take real human conflict out of these gamblified, rigged apps. That'd be like getting mad at the person in the casino at the slot machine next to you. You're not winning, and you look at the person in the casino next to you and go, "You're an asshole, man. You're just an asshole." And they go, "What?" And you go, "You're an asshole, man. You're ruining my experience with your the way that you're sitting next to me while I'm gambling." And they go like, "Okay." And so that's kind of how I feel when I watch The Lounge. That's how I feel when I watch Flexi Pants. It's just like, all right. I mean, okay, I guess if that's how you feel, I mean, it's all right. I don't mind it or anything. It doesn't upset me, but I don't understand it. Right. That's what I would say about that. So this is very interesting. We're going to end the poll. We had 22 votes. 86% of you say that no tip, no trip still exists. So most of you believe no tip exists. I mean, I think more importantly, do fair contracts exist? Because if you have fair contracts, you don't have to worry about whether there's tips or not. You just worry about what the top line number is. And I don't really care how it's divided up. I just want enough on that top line number to cover my expenses and my risk and make sure that I have profit every time I'm going to take an individual contract. If we have that, we don't really have to worry about tips. I mean, when the people come out and do a lot of your jobs, you can tip your plumber, but your plumber's going to get paid appropriately before you do. You can tip your electrician. Your electrician's going to get paid appropriately before you do. Those are real contractors, right? They're going to get paid appropriately, guaranteed. You're going to pay them appropriately. And then if you feel like they had a good, gave good customer service, did a great job, put in great effort, went above and beyond, you can always tip. I tipped the people that sided my house before, right? They were siding my house and they did a great job. And I was really glad I didn't have to do it. And I was really glad they did. And, I gave each one of the guys $20. It's like, hey, I know you're getting paid, but I just really appreciate you guys knocked this thing out. It's great. It made me real happy. But that's just on us as human beings. We can't call that, you can't call something optional and then call somebody a miserable clown if they don't take your option. That's kind of a setup, right? That's kind of a setup. That's kind of a negative, it's kind of a negative Nancy way to do something, is to say, this is optional, but if you don't do it, you're a jackass and a jabroni. I don't think you necessarily need to go at it in that manner. Mental Metal Mike, good gambling advice. We are glad that you do that. I am not a gambler, Mental Metal Mike. I am not a gambler. And if I was a gambler, I'm sure that my advice would probably be, on average, losing advice. And so that's why I don't gamble. It would just be, I'm pretty sure I'd lose. It'd be exciting and everything, but I'm pretty sure I'd lose. Well, Glitch Dash, I have heard that. I have heard some people say that. I've heard some people even agree with people that say that. I don't know. That is not something that I know. Well, fellers and ladies, I think that we've had just about as much fun as the interwebs should ever have on a motivational Monday. I hope it was Monday. I hope it was motivational. I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I did. That when we glitched the matrix with that bastard Glitch Dash, that it was fun and enjoyable. You enjoyed the Pedro interview and then the music show, and we had Mr. Flex's Lounge, Mr. Flexi Pants. We had the new Pedro that just dropped tonight. It was just an exciting evening, and I enjoyed spending it with you. I enjoyed it a lot. And I want to thank you for sharing your neighborhood with me, Dad Dash. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. And because of that, I'd like to share with you our little community tradition. Feel free by all means to sing along if you feel so. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of a beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be our neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor?